Well, good morning, Georgia, and all of you who may be joining us from other states, other countries. This is Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. The way that this all works, it's an interactive news conversation. So we'll be going over some of the top headlines from around the world, especially things that are happening right here in Georgia, things that may affect you. And then you guys can interact with me in real time. Hit me up in our live chats on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook as well. That's where we're all streaming right now, in addition to the Fox Local app. If you got a question, you got a comment, you can hit me up right there. I'll be able to read them again in real time, and you may just be featured on the stream next. But we do need to start with some developing news. Overnight, we heard about an incident in Snellville. You're taking a look at a picture that was submitted into our newsroom. Right now, all the information we have is that at around 10 o'clock, someone called the police in the South Precinct area of Snellville. They said that someone had crashed into their vehicle, and when they checked on the other driver, that person was unconscious, and it seemed a little strange to them. And so the police, they got there, they looked into the situation. The guy who had crashed into the other person's car wasn't just unconscious. They determined that person was dead. They said that they had been shot. And so now this turns into a much bigger investigation. It's not just a run-of-the-mill crash and then you just figure out whose insurance is going to pay for what. It's now upgraded, I believe, to a homicide investigation. Crime scene unit is processing that scene. They're gathering all the evidence that they can. Right now, they do say that this appears to have just been an isolated incident, so no one else in the area should be concerned about their safety. They said there's no immediate danger to the public. That victim who was found dead with that gunshot wound in the car, though, their name is not going to be released until their family members can be talked to first. But if you live in the area, they want you to contact the Gwinnett County Police Department. Their detectives are hoping to hear from someone who heard something, saw something, may know anything about this incident. That number is 770-513 5300, or you can submit an anonymous tip to stopcrimeatl.com. There may be a cash reward out there for you if you give them information that could lead to an arrest or an indictment. Big story that we're learning about from overnight there. All right, I also want to bring you a story that we're keeping up to date on. A woman who says that she was kidnapped, and according to police, it happened right in front of some other deputies in the area. Her name is Superior Turner. She says that she and her 3 daughters were in the car when a man, Jeremiah Williams, started to threaten her. She says that she pulled into the Cobb County Sheriff's Office in order to get some help, and at that point in time, Williams, the suspect, jumped into the driver's seat and then took off with her vehicle. Not just her in the car, though, her and her children in the car. So that is a very, very big deal that we're talking about here. According to police, Williams then crashed into another car, jumped out, and ran away. He has since been captured. As you just saw, we have his mugshot. He's been charged with several felonies. Now, who was this man in relation to this woman? Was this just a stranger? Complete random incident? Well, according to the deputies and the police who looked into this case, they do believe that Superior Turner and Williams were exes. And so this is maybe a situation of domestic violence or any sort of dispute in that sort of way. But Williams, again, I told you, he's facing those multiple felonies. He's in jail. He's been charged with kidnapping, hijacking a motor vehicle, terroristic threats, false imprisonment, cruelty to children, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, simple battery, and then, of course, hit and run, because he did crash, and then they say he jumped out of the car and ran away. We have much more information about this story throughout this live stream. I'll be sharing more with you, but those are just the bizarre details that we have in the newsroom at this moment in time. And then I do want to talk to you about one more story before we get a live element in here for you guys. This is an investigation that's ongoing in Forsyth County, out there in the Cumming area. Police say that they found a woman's body dumped in a grassy area. This all taking place just yesterday. And the Forsyth County coroner says that that body had likely been at that location for several weeks. They used drones and helicopters in order to comb through all of that dense wood behind local businesses and nearby neighborhoods. And that, again, is where they found her body. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is now working to identify her. So we don't know who this woman was, how she got out there, what exactly all the details in this case are, but we are continuing to look into it, because if you live out in that area, I mean, we talked to some neighbors out in Forsyth County, you don't expect stuff like this to happen. And so they were very concerned that something like this was reported in their area. So we're keeping you guys up to date as well. I'm sure you're trying to figure out the latest on that too. And another big story that I had to bring one of our reporters, Kim Luffler, in. I was thinking about too many K's, you guys. It's a story that has gone absolutely viral on social media, and of course for all the right reasons. People are concerned. That teacher who they say was killed during some sort of prank. What have you learned about it?
Well, we actually just learned yesterday that all of the charges, there are 5 teens involved, all of the charges are actually going to be dropped. And that was a request from the teacher's family, that these students are not charged. So here's some background on this. So this happened back last Friday on March 6th. Now, 18-year-old Jaden Willis had initially been charged with vehicular homicide. His attorney says prosecutors did make the right call in dismissing this case on Friday. Investigators say Willis and 4 other teens had gone to North Hall High School teacher Jason Hughes' home to TP it as a prank. According to Hughes' family, the coach knew the students were coming, and they say he was excited about the prank and came outside to catch them in the act. But as the teens drove away, investigators say Hughes slipped on the wet street and fell into the path of Wallace's truck. The Hall County Sheriff's Office, who originally filed charges against these 5 teens, tells us it supports and respects the district attorney's decision there in Hall County to drop these charges. And before that announcement, an online petition calling for the charges to be dropped gathered more than 5,000 signatures. Now take a listen to some of Wallace's attorney who held a press conference yesterday announcing that these charges will be dropped, as well as a student that we spoke with who is paying their respects to this teacher.
Hey, for some reason, it looks like we had some technical difficulties. We're not able to pull up that press conference, but I do understand that it was the attorney talking about those charges being dropped. Am I right about that?
Yep. Yes, okay. Absolutely. Yes. It was his press conference when he initially made that announcement.
Okay. I mean, why do I keep trying to call you Caitlin? I'm so sorry, Kim. Usually I have Caitlin up on the desk with me. Kim, when we heard that this incident happened, I mean, like I said, it went absolutely viral. People all around were talking about it, weighing in. And it's so interesting to me that while the community online had such strong opinions about, these children should be charged, this was maybe a prank, but you should take things more seriously. You caused somebody to lose their life. Then the family is saying, well, maybe we don't want to ruin more people's lives. It's been a devastating incident of it in and of itself, as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to pull up, because I do have a quote from the family. It was talking a little bit about their decision, or their request rather, to have these charges drop. They told us earlier this week, quote, counter to Jason's, or pursuing the charges rather, would be, quote, counter to Jason's lifelong dedication of investing in the lives of these children. So, that was part of their reasoning for requesting that these charges be dropped. And again, from our understanding, he knew that this was happening. This is something that the students do every year, to my understanding, from what I've been gathering during my reporting today. So, and Hughes knew that this was coming, and this really was just a tragic accident.
Yeah, a freak incident, if you will. Now, I know that he has his funeral today. The family, friends, obviously those students who were touched by him are probably going to be out there to pay their respects.
Yes. That funeral is happening at 11 a.m. It's at Family Church up in Gainesville.
Okay. All right, and we will continue bringing the latest information that we have there on this case. You guys, if we get those technical difficulties solved, we'll be able to bring that back up. I apologize for that, Kim. All right, you guys, I do want to bring you out to the airport. The TSA has missed their first official paycheck. And this is all from the partial government shutdown that we are all enduring. One of our photojournalists, Aiden Brown, actually went out there to check and see how lines were moving along and how the passengers out there are getting along. I mean, if you have a flight, you probably want to know if you need to be waiting long, or if you need to get out to the airport earlier than usual, earlier than planned. What I can tell you right now is, we'll get into the wait times in just a second, but I want to harp on missing that first full Paycheck, because a rising number of U.S. airports are actually asking for donations in order to pay these workers. They say that airport security officials who have lost their first full paycheck, some of them maybe getting paid partially, some of them not getting paid at all, have been working without pay for a couple of weeks now, and that it's not fair to them. We also know that some TSA agents are no longer showing up to work, which is leading to some of these long lines that you see at different airports. For the most part, at ATL, the world's busiest airport, we actually haven't been having that much difficulty. But in comparison to some of these other airports I'll tell you about, like Denver International Airport out in Colorado, they posted on X, donations needed. They asked for people to donate anything between like $10, $20, giving away some grocery store gift cards, gas gift cards. They were literally begging on social media for people to show some humanity and try to help pay these people who are going to continue working without. And that's to make sure that we are safe when we go on our flights for our vacations or our business trips. And then there's some other airports like Seattle Tacoma International. I heard that they started food pantries for the TSA workers. So do want to make sure that I tell you all that any donation that these federal employees get, because yes, they do work for the government, that's why they're affected by this partial government shutdown, but that though any donation that they get is subject to regulation. So for example, employees are not allowed to accept cash. They also cannot accept cash equivalent cards, such as a Visa gift card. So if you do give out that grocery store gift card, you have to make sure you're not doing one of those Visa gift cards that you can get at like Walgreens or CVS or something like that. And also, all gift cards have to be valued at $20 or less, which is why they specifically said that airport that I told you about before, Denver, specifically said $10 or $20. You cannot go above that. And according to Fox News Digital, over 300 airport security officials, agents, have decided that they don't want to do this anymore. They've actually left TSA since the government shutdown began. There have been call-outs, unscheduled absences, and then people who just altogether decided they did not want to work anymore. Now, again, luckily things don't seem so bad in ATL. This morning I checked at 6:45 a.m. at the main checkpoint, was seeing 46-minute delays. The north checkpoint, 24 minutes. Lower north was completely closed, and then south was only looking at pre-check, and they had about 12-minute delays. Let's check right now, though. Again, I told you that I checked that at 6:45. We're going to check it in real time together, actually. Okay, so from 46 minutes at the main checkpoint, we are now up to 49. From 24 minutes at the north checkpoint, we are now down to 21. Lower north checkpoint still closed. South terminal or south checkpoint, they're only taking pre-check. They were at 12 minutes. They're now at 1, which is great. And then the international checkpoint, it was at 3 minutes. It's still at 3 minutes. So again, it's not as bad here as it could be. Now again, our Aiden Brown went out to check on these passengers and whatnot. He talked to some people. I want to see if we can listen in at some of those passengers and how they're navigating this whole thing.
Just got here and we're traveling to Iowa to go see our family for spring break. Well, when we got here, a little difficult getting the parking, but I wasn't expecting the long lines. I was fortunate, though. I did look, and it said to be here 3 hours early, which is not usual. They said there's a lot of construction going on, so I do know if you're going to travel, you better get to the airport earlier than just a last-minute arrival.
It looks a little packed this morning. The lines are a little long, but it's been pretty easy so far. Everyone's super nice, so can't complain. There's notices going out letting us know that there's construction going on and to be here 3 to 4 hours early ahead of time, and they are definitely giving you all the instructions on what to do. If you take the time to download the app and read, then, which a lot of people don't do. So it's the norm, honestly. I'm not shocked because it's always busy here, to be honest, so just anticipating.
So you're having a pretty good experience with all of this.
So far, I did just get here, so.
Oh, while she was laughing, I was looking at some of the faces in the background. They don't look nearly as amused. So these aren't bad wait times that we are seeing here in Atlanta, but of course some other airports, they have been seeing much worse. I heard that they were telling their passengers to come as early as 3 to 4 hours. Some people even telling them to come 5 hours before their flights. We'll be keeping you guys updated on these security wait times. Again, TSA now missing their first full paycheck. Some of them not getting paid at all, some of them just being paid partially. All right, when we return, I want to get you guys a live look at your forecast with our meteorologist, Alex Forbes. And then yesterday, I don't know if you picked up on this, but Nathan Wade, the former special prosecutor in that case against President Donald Trump and some of his allies, actually testified in front of a Senate subcommittee. And what he talked about, we'll get into that in just a second. Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. I'm keeping up with you guys on social media as I promised. I saw Empress Rita says that she or he, I think it's a she, had to cancel her flight because she wasn't going to do these long lines in TSA, as I was just telling you all about. And then we also had some questions about when we would get to a little more positive news. I do want to let you all know that we start with some of our bigger headlines of the day, making sure that you know things that may impact you. And the airport is one of those things. We will get into some of our lighter news, including the St. Patrick's Day parade. As you see, I got my green on today a little later on. So don't go anywhere. I promise you, we have a good balance of both in this show. All right, now, yesterday, it was a big day at the Capitol here in Georgia. We know that Nathan Wade, who's a former special prosecutor in the election interference case against President Donald Trump and a couple of his allies, actually testified. And now this testimony was in relation to an investigation that's going on against Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. She's been accused of misconduct, and honestly, it all began when it came out that there was a romantic relationship between Willis and her former special prosecutor Nathan Wade. So ever since then, there has been looking into this case, trying to determine if there were other areas of misconduct, if she only went after President Donald Trump for her own political gain. So these are some of the questions that have been pointed toward her. All right, now Nathan Wade, what he was supposed to offer, there were a lot of different questions about billing, how often he was paid, how much he was paid, was it appropriate? They also talked about some meetings that he had, not just in relation to the case against the President Trump, but also as it pertained to January 6th. He specified during his opening statements that he did not want to be asked anything about that romantic relationship. He also went into it a little bit further and said that there were certain things that he had to keep private because of attorney-client privilege. And so throughout his testimony, you'll notice that he said a lot, I don't recall, I don't remember, I'm not sure. And it was really interesting to hear. Now, I want to let you listen in to just a little bit of his testimony. I believe we have some of his opening remarks. Let's listen in.
We understand the block billing. And then I want to get a further understanding, if you could, as to how many days you think you went over. I see on the right-hand side there, you did bill for, you kind of have multiple days covered, 12 hours across 2 days, that kind of a thing. So I just want to understand the billing. If you need a more specific question, I'd be happy to ask it more specifically, but I'd just like to understand your perspective as you've heard the commentary around the billing practices here.
Yeah, so it's simple. If you take a look at the bottom of this invoice specifically says submitted the 31st day of August 2022. Look right above that line. It says, due to billing restrictions, this invoice has been significantly truncated, which means that I was not allowed to bill over X amount of hours. That does not mean that I could complete the task. As a matter of fact, I can tell you for a fact, I could not complete any task in the amount of time that I was allowed to bill. So the way that you see those bills, each and every one of those bills has been truncated.
I'll go back to this one.
If you guys want to hear more of that testimony, we were streaming it live for you all. You can go back and watch it on YouTube. I believe we also had a Facebook live stream as well. Now, in addition to Nathan Wade speaking afterward, we got to talk to his attorney, Andrew Evans, who says that this was nothing more than a witch hunt. Let's listen into Andrew.
This whole thing today was just designed to make headlines. I mean, the Republicans are flailing. Trump's approval ratings are low. The midterms are coming, and they're just trying to make news so that they can change the narrative. But it's not. That's not going to do it. There's just nothing here.
And in addition to the attorney speaking, we also got to speak to Senator Greg Dolezal. He's the person that you heard asking Wade all of those questions. Let's listen into what he had to say.
I wish Mr. Wade had a better memory. I am grateful for him appearing, and I'm grateful for him answering the questions to the best of his recollection.
All right, you guys, and this was very different in comparison to the testimony that we heard from Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis back in December. I mean, first of all, she went for 3 to 4 hours. Nathan Wade told everyone in the beginning of his opening statements that he was only giving them an hour. And so from that 3 to 4 hours, she was extremely fiery, firing back on the fact that she even had to be there. Again, she was calling this a politically motivated witch hunt. She and her attorney, Roy Barnes, who you may see in this clip that I'm about to show you. But if you missed that testimony, I just want to play a little bit of that snippet for you.
No, I'm going to answer this question right now. And when you stated that, you stated that it was me and it was Mayor Dickens. And then you put this exhibit up for the entire world to see. How disingenuous, how lacking of integrity for Ms. Merchant as an attorney to put it up, and for Cowsert, who I noticed is cowardly not here, to have it here. This clearly says, I'm at a Black History Month project. Almost every important Black elected official across the country was invited to it. I'm on the lawn with a cocktail, and yet y'all tell the world I was sitting down with the vice president having a meeting. It was a damn lie. And this is the evidence of it. And y'all had the audacity to put it up on a screen as if you were showing something other than the DA was having a cocktail on the lawn. I have never even had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. Never.
How would you define block billing?
Like somebody who didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
When I refer you to the screen,
I don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can tell you is that I allowed Mr. Wade to bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the first one in the office making sure that my staff arrived. He corrected their behavior. They thought that 8:30 meant 8:30. He taught them that 8:30 means 7:45. He got there before them. He left after him. He taught them how to do this case, and he was a leader to that team and a public servant. And for that, him like me has been threatened thousands of times. You want something to investigate as a legislature? Investigate how many times they've called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted? If you want something to do with your time that makes sense, and you can use all this in your campaign ad, you attacked Fonnie Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
So, I mean, there you hear that they were essentially asked the same questions about the payments, and very starkly different responses from the two of them. Again, that rest of that testimony is also on our YouTube channel if you'd like to go back and watch it. The committee, the subcommittee that questioned both of them, has of course maintained that their goal here is to prevent future abuses. They say the defendants in the 2020 election case faced thousands of dollars in order to defend themselves against what they believe to also have been politically motivated charges. All right, let's bring things back on out to the set. It is a beautiful day in Georgia.
I will take all the credit.
Thank you so much, Alex.
You're welcome. I worked hard on it. Now, don't talk to me on Tuesday.
What's going to happen on Tuesday?
Well, it's St. Patrick's Day.
Well, yes.
But it's also going to be cold as something outside.
Well,
Yeah.
so glad, though, that we have the parade today in a lot of different cities.
Exactly. Fantastic weather day here across North and Central Georgia. If we could actually hit graphic 7 there and check out the current temperatures across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Oh, well, I guess we're going to talk about it rather than seeing it. But
we can get some live pictures up as well.
You don't see current temperatures anywhere? Yeah, we could throw up a live picture of downtown. Let's maybe we could do that. Yeah, so nice afternoon here across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, no doubt about it. I tell you what I can do on this screen is still flip through it so that way I can tell you some exact details here, all right? So in Atlanta right now, we are at, as we wait for it to load, I suspect we're in the mid to upper 50s. Let's see. Well, now this screen's just black too. So happy technology, right?
Yeah.
All right, so look, let's just bring
it
it back here, and I can share with you what's going on. So we are going to have the chance for storms across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia Sunday night into Monday. And I think this is going to be somewhat of a repeat of what we saw, what was that, Thursday morning with a strong storm threat here across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Nothing springtime crazy stuff, but it is going to be a cold front, and it's going to be a pretty powerful punch here in North and Central Georgia. Damaging wind gusts upwards of about 60 miles an hour are going to be a possibility, but also we're going to look at that threat for spin-up tornadoes across all the entire state, essentially, from Chattanooga down to Valdosta. Now, you're going to see maps floating around out there, and I'll show it coming up here in a little bit when we get this figured out, but we are going to be looking at a level 3 threat to our west on Sunday, and then once we get to Monday, that's going to be to our east. The reason why we don't have a level 3 and we're in a level 2 is because the storms are going to be coming through during the morning commute, and we don't have the peak heating of the day at that point in time. So we're going to get them through here 8, 9, 10 o'clock. It will be wrapping up, maybe some residual rain, but the temperatures are going to plummet. We're going to get down to 28 by Tuesday morning with wind chills in the teens. Now, you ready for this?
No.
All right.
That wasn't the worst.
I suspect that there will be a handful of locations Monday afternoon after the storms that see flurries. Yep.
Are we in March almost April?
We are in March. It can happen here in Georgia in March, particularly with events like this. So it's not going to be widespread. If you happen to see something, it's going to be short-lived. Not going to be looking for any impact out of it, but that's definitely going to be in the mix here Monday afternoon. That goes to show you how powerful the cold front's going to be when we go from record-breaking temperatures to flurries in a matter of days. But today, 77, sunny skies. We got the St. Patrick's Day parade. Yeah. Get outside and enjoy it. We will rebound. Of course, the first day of spring, according to the astronomers, is Friday. Okay. So we'll be back in the 70s by Friday.
Okay. Now, Alex, I don't know if it's too early to ask you this. Tell me if it is.
All right.
You mentioned the potential for flurries. Are we thinking North Georgia, the
mountains? Everybody's going to have the potential. It's a sweeping cold front, right?
Your big coats, you guys.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need your coats regardless. Yeah. Tuesday morning, 20s and teens in terms of wind chills.
Okay. Well, one thing that is positive about this, when those flurries happen, or when we eventually see like wintry mix or whatever may have you, we love to see your pictures and your videos here at Fox 5 Atlanta. We may be able to share them with the audience on live TV or even on our live stream.
Right.
All right, so Alex, we are going to work on the technology for you. I am so sorry again.
It's all good.
But
kick it in the guts or something.
Maybe that'll work. You know, sometimes like the venom machine, you got to like shake it up a little bit.
And it fixes itself, and it's just like, all right. I don't know what
All right, you guys. But in the meantime, he has mentioned the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I did promise you we'd be getting to some better news of the day. So when we come back, we're going to check in with our Eli Jordan, who is previewing today's big event. We'll have more of that when we come back. Hey, you guys, welcome to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. Big event today. This is the 142nd annual Atlanta Street. Oh my goodness. We're all having a kind of day. Let's all take a second back. We're going to take a deep breath. And we're going to start over. Today is the 142nd annual Atlanta St. Patrick's Parade. It kicks off today. I want to get right out to our Eli Jordan, who's live on the scenes. Eli, it looks like they're starting to put out the barricades. I do see some emergency lights in the background. What's the scene looking at this point in time? And then when does the parade actually start?
Hey, good morning, Judea. Yeah, the parade starts at about noon. Here on Peachtree Street, I am in between 14th and 15th Street, the staging area for St. Patrick's Day. And you're right, this is the longest running event in Atlanta history. 142nd, started in 1858. And they're going to have like 100 floats, 11 bands, and I think there's going to be a big potato mobile that's 4 tons and 72 feet long. And you know that St. Patrick's Day is celebrated in more countries than any other national festival, which is really cool. And the very first St. Patrick's Day parade, well, it was here in America in the 18th century. It wasn't until the 20th century that Ireland was like, hey, look what America's doing, honoring us. Let's do a parade too. So it took, around 200 years for Ireland to get on board with their St. Patrick's Day parade. But yeah, we like our St. Patrick's Day here in America, and we've been celebrating it for a long time. And but St. Patrick, he lived in the 5th century. That was a long time ago, and he was kidnapped from British Roman Britain, and he was taken to Ireland, and he escaped Ireland when he was 16 years old. But he came back, and he preached the word, Christianity, and that's how he became known as the patron saint, St. Patrick. But also, too, I might not be wearing a bunch of green, but I'm wearing blue. And what does that have to do with St. Patrick's? Well, King George III of Great Britain and Ireland, he created a new order of chivalry for Ireland, and it was called the Order of St. Patrick, and its official color was sky blue, aka St. Patrick blue. So I'm good there. But yes, the parade is going to be starting here. It's going to kick off at noon. There's going to be a whole bunch of people out here. But the staging area, that's where I'm at, and the viewing stand is right over there. And so it should be a lot of fun. The longest running event here in Atlanta history. And I'm sure there's going to be some suds and some whiskey sipped along the way and all that good stuff. And so we'll be bringing it to you live here at noon, streaming live. So it'll be really cool. Judea, you going to come down here and have some beers?
Wait. No, I actually hate beer, so absolutely not. But what
Well, they got Irish whiskey too.
I don't like whiskey either. That's the put hair on my chest, Eli. I am a lemonade.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
connoisseur.
Anyways,
Eli,
gotcha. Right
this
on.
is gonna be
I'm about the same nowadays.
so much fun with you. You've covered some parades for us in the past, and for this to be not only Atlanta's longest running parade, but such a huge one, I'm really excited about that potato that you were talking to me about. I need to learn more about that.
Oh yeah, that'll be cool. Oh yeah, real quick, this thing runs from 15th all the way down to 5th Street. It's about 1.5 miles or 1.2 miles. So if you live in Midtown between 15th Street and 5th Street, well, Peachtree is going to be clogged up and there's going to be a lot of people. So parking on the street's going to be kind of, rough and all that good stuff. But this is a well-attended parade. And also too, what's really neat, 1 year ago on this parade date is when Fox Local here in Atlanta had its first big streaming event. We had this covered. We had multiple talent out there. And so, this was our first big event for the streaming program. And here we are a year later, still going strong and bringing it to you once again, but not quite as heavily covered as last time, but we'll bring it to you starting at noon, and you can watch it noon till 1:30 from 15th Street down to 5th Street down Peachtree here in Midtown Atlanta, Atlanta's longest running event. I see some bands showing up. I think I see some, military bands, and the police are showing up a little bit, so everybody's getting all keyed up and ready to go for this noon kickoff of the Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Yeah, and we will be dipping back in with Eli throughout the day as more and more people start lining up. As he mentioned, traffic is not going to be fun in the area, so if you do live nearby, may as well just walk today. Don't try to get through with your vehicle. Again, we'll be checking back in with him, and we'll have that live, uninterrupted coverage for you starting at noon until the parade ends, whenever that may be. All right, you guys, there are some other things happening around town today, but before we get into that, we had some breaking news earlier this morning, and our Billy Heath rushed out to get to it. I want to see if we can check in with Okay, he had said that he was going to be ready for us, but it looks like there's not going to be a live shot from our Billy Heath. I'll try to check in with him during a commercial break just to make sure what happened out there. But what I can tell you is so far we had heard that there may have been a structure fire out in Atlanta. There was a large police emergency vehicle seen out there earlier. It has since cleared up, but I would like to know a little bit more about how many units, if any, were compromised during this, or was it a small fire? That's something that we're still looking into. And I did mention that there was some other events happening around town. The annual Jeep Summit is still in full effect, and it's actually going on today from 10 a.m. So in about 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be able to start with that. It ends at 4 p.m. Our Joyce Lupiani actually headed out there. I'm not sure if we've got her photos in or videos that she was able to take. All right, looks like we don't. I'll be talking about that in just a little bit too. You know, even though Billy said that his scene has cleared, I do see his live camera. Billy, if at any point in time you do hear me, give me a thumbs up in front of your camera and we'll try to head out to you. Looks like we got that thumbs up. I did want to check in with him about that structure fire that had been reported. Billy Heath, when you get a chance, take it over and let me know exactly what happened out there, what we're looking at now.
Hey Jade, can you hear me? Sorry, I was actually speaking with the property owner just a few seconds ago. That's why I'm a little bit late to hop on with you.
Oh, no
but hey there, good morning. I'm here at this scene of this fire. The firefighters just cleared out of here just a few minutes ago. But let me go ahead and flip my camera around so you can see what's left of this structure that they say was abandoned. But I did just learn some more additional information. I'll share that with you as I flip my camera right here. So here's what's left of this building on Springdale Drive. Not much left of this structure that we were told was abandoned. Fortunately, Atlanta firefighters tell us there was no injuries. But you know, the reason for my delay, just getting on here a little bit late with you, is I was speaking with the property owner, and I might be able to walk as I talk and get a little bit closer to the scene. But I was speaking with the property owner who said that she believes that this may be an arson. She said there was maybe an eviction taking place, and this is all per the property owner. We're yet to verify this information, but she believes this may very well be arson and that there was vandalism in the area overnight. And that was reported by other residents, and something we've yet to verify with firefighters. But as you can see, a very badly damaged building here. What I can say is, thankfully, because there are other residents who live in these neighboring structures in this community, firefighters were able to put this fire out before it caused damage to a structure that people were living in. But we have a lot to dig into. If this was in fact an arson, we've yet to verify that, but we're going to be talking to, of course, the Atlanta Fire Department about that, and then also Atlanta Police possibly involved in an investigation here, Judea.
Billy, incredible job getting out there, getting as much information as you could in. I do want to let you know, we actually got some of the video that you were able to capture when that fire was still going on and those officials were trying to put it out. We are now taking a look at it. Billy was able to send this back in to show us what was happening. Do you want to talk over it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So, as I arrived, the firefighters were here along Springdale Road, and they were just putting out those hot spots and things like that. Again, they did a great job in preventing that fire from reaching the other structures here in this community. But again, a lot to unpack here. The property owner is going to send me some additional video that we'll have of when this fire was unfortunately really going earlier this morning. But hopefully this investigation, if it is in fact an arson, hopefully things become safe in this area, because certainly that's not something that residents want to deal with. I was told by the property owner that there was graffiti, there was windows being broken, and just all sorts of things that are concerning, if true. Again, yet to verify that information, but what we can see is that this structure in this community, it looks like a total loss and a lot of damage. Of course, it's pretty much gone at this point, Judea. So we'll of course be reaching out to the Atlanta Fire Department to learn more, reaching out to see if Atlanta Police are in fact investigating a possible arson here, and then also gathering that video of when the fire was really going. But that's about all I have right now, just really digging in and trying to get to the bottom of what may have happened here overnight.
It is so wild seeing the video of them putting it out with all that water being poured on the home, and then, or the structure, we'll call it a structure, and then seeing your live shot now, and you can just see it's just decimated that property. Now, it sounds like
it has.
The silver lining here, the good news in this, as you mentioned, it was supposed to be abandoned, so we don't believe anybody's been injured, and I hope that still stays.
That's right.
But has the fire department or any of the officials out there said when we could be potentially getting an update, or is this kind of things are happening, things are rolling in, this investigation is very much so ongoing? Is that the message that they're putting out?
I think obviously they're going to be taking this one pretty seriously, of course, with what the property owner is saying, may have happened here. So they're going to be taking a close look into that. Usually what happens is fire investigators come out, they do their job. And, she said that this was a Molotov cocktail. Now, I'm not sure if a resident told her that, but we have seen, in my years as a photojournalist, that wouldn't be the first time that something like that has happened. Now, I want to make very clear, I do not know if that's what happened here, but it's something that fire investigators could learn. Obviously, this is a residential community, and there are ring cameras and things like that they can gain knowledge from. I'm not sure if there were any pointed toward this structure, but definitely questions that we're going to be asking the Atlanta Fire Department and the Atlanta Police Department, because I can say that I did see the Atlanta Police Department at this scene, and they were here for quite a while.
Wow. And again, how quickly you were able to get out there and just try to get whatever you could for us. I appreciate it, and appreciate you still making some time to go live for us. You guys will be checking in with the officials, trying to get some of the latest information into the stream for you all. Again, that's our Billy Heath, who was reporting out there in Atlanta where that structure fire, thankfully an abandoned structure fire, took place earlier today. All right, still ahead. I heard people asking about Nancy Guthrie, the latest on that case. And then, of course, I want to talk to you all about the latest in this conflict that we have with Iran and how Israel is piecing into all of this. So we'll be talking about some of those bigger national stories when we come back. Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. Hey, I had to dive into what was going on in our TikTok live stream chat. I was talking about the parade earlier today. Today is the 142nd annual Atlanta St. Patrick's Parade. Lil Keeks asked, why are we gathering in crowds? And I was like, why wouldn't we be gathering in crowds? And then Natalia says she's skipping the parade for the first time in 10 years. No crowds for us now. What is it about the crowds that are getting you guys? And I'm also curious because I know that we just passed the anniversary for when the world shut down, when the U.S. went into the pandemic mode, and a lot of places you couldn't go meet up at, and you had to have that social distancing. So I'm wondering if maybe that's what you guys are referring to. Maybe you're still not comfortable in big crowds, or maybe it's something else altogether. Or are you guys introverts? I'm an introvert, but I love a good parade. All right, we will continue talking about the parade throughout the day, so don't worry, we'll get back to it in some of the more positive news of the day. But a couple of days ago on our live stream as well, I saw somebody ask, why is the news no longer talking about Nancy Guthrie? And I do want to specify, our sister station out in Phoenix has never stopped talking about the search for Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie. She has been missing now for 40 days and counting. And the suspect, according to officials, local officials out there, they say that that suspect could potentially strike again. We know that according to Fox News, there have been some new security images uncovered out in that abduction case. It shows a couple of different angles, 3 separate cameras that show what happened the day that Nancy Guthrie was abducted from her home out in Arizona. Investigators are thinking that these new images that are out there may help law enforcement come up with some new answers, but I can tell you right now, from the day that they put out those surveillance images on X, we still have no more information about who that suspect seen on camera could possibly be. At one point in time, remember you guys, we were talking about the gloves that were found nearby and whether there was a DNA match. It turns out that that did not come up as a potential suspect in this case. And so big question has been, what in the world is happening? Well, one thing that the Pima County Sheriff has always said that he believed that this could be a targeted attack, a targeted abduction. And so what we're getting in now, he says, we believe that it was targeted, but we were not 100% sure of that. He said in an interview that aired on Friday morning. He also said it would be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it, you're not his target. No, you could be. So now he's suggesting that that suspect, because this abduction, this kidnapping, this disappearance worked with Nancy Guthrie, he could potentially get out there and maybe take someone else. And so it's a big question. He says he doesn't want to 100% say that this is a possibility, but he's also not ruling it out. Now, we also know from some of these images that we're seeing that Guthrie was alone at her home in the time that she went missing. Of course, we don't have any witnesses that can tell us what may have happened, what time she had gone out, none of that. All of that has come from surveillance video and whatever sleuthing investigators have been able to do. Her front doorbell camera, we also know, is missing, but the other home security cameras have already been taken into evidence by the FBI. And although the FBI and Google were previously able to recover some of the images from her front door that again showed that potential suspect who covered the camera and had a mask on, also apparently had a gun. That person, as I mentioned, still has not been identified to this point in time. We had a potential suspect, somebody who was detained, questioned by police, and then let go, and later on said that he had nothing to do with this investigation at all. So it's a very peculiar case, what happened to Nancy Guthrie and whether or not she's okay. The Guthrie family has not gotten any indication. They've gotten plenty of ransom notes, plenty of demands for money, but no indication that their mother, their loved one, is still alive and out there. So that's the latest that we have on Nancy Guthrie. Don't worry, we have not forgotten her. There are just so many things happening in Atlanta itself, and this is an Atlanta-based live stream that sometimes we are not able to include some of that information in our shows. But I do want to make sure that I touched base on it, especially because I know you guys are very much so interested in it. Let's also talk about the latest in this conflict with Iran. We're getting some new information. Iran says that several of its cultural sites have been damaged in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. And these sites include museums, historic monuments all across Iran, according to officials. The Cultural Heritage Ministry said that the latest strikes seriously damaged one of their mansions out there. And then also we know that some of the sites date back several centuries and are dedicated to Kurdish culture. So they're taking it very personally. At the same time, we're also hearing that Iran has threatened to attack UAE cities. Iran's military command has threatened today to attack several cities all across the UAE. They claim that they're used by the U.S. and that they're forcing launch strikes on Iran's Abu Musa and Karg Islands. And so they have called on people in the area. If you're not American, of course, they're saying evacuate the ports, docks, locations where U.S. forces are sheltered in UAE cities. They say they're not playing around. I don't know whether or not this will actually happen. I heard from Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane that just because Iran makes threats doesn't necessarily mean they're going to make good on them. But we'll have to wait and see whether or not this happens. At the same time, we also know that Iran has reported more missiles and drone attacks. Their defense ministry said that Iran fired 10 drones and 3 missiles on Saturday, and that has brought a total number of missiles and drones fired at them during the 2-week war to 124 and 203 respectively. Last but not least, Iranian officials have reported that oil operations are normal on Karg Island after some U.S. strikes over there. They say that Karg Island is home to the primary terminal that handles the country's oil exports, so this was very important to them. Early Saturday morning, they reported that U.S. strikes were limited to military facilities, and again, that their oil was not compromised. All right, I'm taking a look at our time now. We do have a couple of more minutes. So while we're talking about Iran and the effect that it is having, let's talk about mortgage rates because they are on the rise again. We keep talking about gas and we keep talking about diesel and oil, but let's talk about paying for your home. Mortgage rates are on the rise again this week. This is as the Iran war makes money markets pretty nervous. The average 30-year benchmark mortgage rate rose from 6.1% after falling below 6%. Borrowing costs on a 15-year fixed rate mortgage, often used to refinance your home, also went up this week to 5.5% compared to 5.43% last week. I want to ask you all in our live streams whether or not you're affected by this, what you think about this. How far would mortgage rates have to rise before you would want to weigh in and see your lawmakers do something? Or are you already at that tipping point now? Just wondering what you all think about this. And then last but not least, let's check AAA for gas prices today, because that is what everybody's looking at. Gas prices do continue to rise. This is something that we're going to do live together. In case you didn't know, you can actually do this in real time. I'm going to use Google AAA gas prices. They put out our average every single day. The national average right now is 3.67, $3.67. And then here in Georgia, for regular gas, the average for our state is $3.49, but it's $4.98, so almost $3.50. Oh my goodness. I don't know about you. I'm definitely feeling it. Luckily, I have not kept my gas tank under, I'll say, half a tank. In my mind, it's girl math really. I'm thinking to myself that if I keep it at the half point range or higher, then I am not putting that much money into my tank. But on a good day, I can fill up my sedan for $30. A lot of days less than that, and I have not seen under $30 since this conflict, this war has started. Have you? For diesel, also want to make sure I'm keeping you up to date on that. Here in Georgia, diesel prices have reached now over $5 per gallon. This is the state average. So $5.03 is what we're looking at this point in time. I can tell you that here in Georgia, it seems to be that the cheaper gas can be found the more south you go in our state, and also some of the outskirts. So for example, Floyd, I'm seeing is a little cheaper at $3.41, and then a more expensive place we're seeing, like, let's do Putnam County, $3.57. So again, depending on where you are in the state, you may be seeing cheaper gas prices, but we're all still seeing it rise. All right, taking a look at our time now. We got about a minute. Let me see what else I can run through with you all. When we come back, we're going to be talking about some of the bigger hyper-local headlines. So not as it just pertains to the war and how that's affecting us here. I also want to be able to talk to you about that Old Dominion shooting. Yes, it happened in Virginia, but we heard that one of the people who had been killed in that incident was a University of Georgia graduate. So we'll be talking more about his life, his legacy, the family that he's leaving behind, and then also what in the world happened out there, just in case this is the first time you're hearing of it. There was a shooting on the campus of Old Dominion University, ODU. You'll hear me use that acronym throughout the show, and that's what I'm referring to. So again, in a little bit, I'll be keeping you more up to date about what's happening out there, what we know about that former UGA student who was killed during this incident, and also what information we have, if any, on the suspect. We'll be touching base on all of that and so much more when we come back. guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. I want to answer some of your comments, some of your questions that you had in our live chats. I mentioned to you that this is an interactive conversation and that at some point in time you may find yourself, your name, your username here on the live stream. So first and foremost, Sophie, thanks for joining us. When I was talking about Nancy Guthrie, I did mention that the sheriff suggested that whoever snatched her, whoever abducted her, could strike again. And so Sophie asked, wait, they kidnapped someone else. I want to specify. No, the sheriff's office is suggesting that the person who struck once got Nancy Guthrie and has not popped back up since could potentially be out there and do this again. And it's harmful because they don't have any indication of who this person might be, any leads that would point them to that person. So it's so possible that this person could go out there and kidnap or target someone else. All right, let's keep going. I also talked about the mortgage rates and how they're rising, and this is all still in conjunction with this conflict that we have with Iran. And I asked you all, what were you thinking? Were you guys affected by these mortgage rates increasing? 619 Creole says, I do mortgage loans. The interest rate is crazy. I do mortgage loans. The interest rate is crazy. And then another person, Key Stackhouse says, I want to sell my house so bad, stuck in a 2019 rate, refusing 5+. I completely understand. Then last but not least, Kay Smith weighed in too, says, I'm a realtor and it's hurting. So if there are people who say they want to sell their house and then they can't because they've got a pretty good rate as they at where they are, and they don't want to potentially get out there in the market now and be hit with something a lot worse, I get it. And a realtor is also weighing in saying that they get it too. 619 Creole also weighed back in, said, not gonna lie, that's the best bet. It's going to get ugly. Get an investor, don't refinance. Seems to be the general consensus that a lot of people are following. All right, and then on to gas prices. Christy weighed in, says, best to shop at Kroger and get those fuel points. I heard that. Having a Costco membership, a Kroger membership must be so clutch right now. Unfortunately, I'm not amongst the upper echelon of people like you are, Christy, but that seems to be the best way to go on. I know that there's an app called Gas Buddy that can help you determine where the lowest gas prices are in your city. So if you're willing to drive out just a little further, you may be able to get a better rate on regular gas or your diesel fuel. But again, that's only if you are able to drive a little further out. Some of us are riding around on E, and I get that too. All right, let's get into some of our top headlines of the day. I heard that there was a woman who was kidnapped. Police say it happened right in front of deputies. So here's what we have there on that. Her name is Superior Turner. She says that she and her 3 daughters were in a car when a man, Jeremiah Williams, started to threaten her. She says that she pulled into the Cobb County Sheriff's Office to try and get herself and her children some help. And at that point in time, she says that Williams jumped into the driver's seat and took off with her car. Not just with her inside, but of course with the kids too. She says that Williams then crashed into another car, jumped out of it, and ran. And from there, police were able to catch up with him. They did capture him, took him into custody with some charges. He's now facing several felonies. All right, so let's dive a little deeper into this because I want to make sure that I'm not telling you all that this is just a random case of some random man targeting a woman and her children. According to police, Jeremiah Williams is the ex-boyfriend of Superior Turner. And so that is how he was able to have access to her vehicle. But of course, you can't do that. He is now sitting in jail. He's been charged with kidnapping, hijacking a motor vehicle, terroristic threats, false imprisonment, cruelty to children, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, simple battery, and hit and run. Again, they're saying that this is her ex-boyfriend. She says that he was visiting her and started acting weird, and she thought something was going on. She says that she and her 3 children were on their way out the door when she told Williams that she would drop him off somewhere. Once they got into the car together, she says that Williams threatened to kill her, and she said she saw that he actually did have a gun and a knife. This is all according to her. These are allegations. And she says that she was scared with those threats and seeing that he could potentially actually act on them. So scared that she pulled into the Cobb County Sheriff's Office, and she said that she told 2 of her kids to run and get help, but it was too late. She says that at that point in time, Williams then took over from the front seat. took her car with her children inside, crashed it, got out and ran himself. So luckily, what we are hearing is that Superior and her daughters only had scrapes and bruises from the car crash. They're going to be okay. So luckily, they weren't more hurt in this. Of course, this could have gone completely left, completely. And again, it's just so interesting to me that this all happened right in front of deputies. She came to the right place. That's the good news in all of this. She came to the right place to get some help. And I think that's why they were able to so quickly get him into custody and make sure that he was facing the right charges. So that's the latest that we have there on that. But another one of our bigger hyper-local stories that I want to make sure we're keeping up to date on. There's a funeral today for a teacher who was killed in a prank. According to some of the families and the district attorney now believing that this was just a really horrible accident, as I understand. Is that right?
Yep. So yesterday the district attorney announced all charges against these 5 teens are going to be dropped, and that funeral is starting at 11 o'clock, so just a little under an hour now. But here's a little bit of background about this case. This happened back on March 6th. 18-year-old Jaden Willis had initially been charged with vehicular homicide in connection to all this. His attorney says prosecutors made the right call in dismissing this case on Friday. Investigators say Willis and 4 other teens had gone to North Hall High School teacher Jason Hughes' home, again on March 6th, to TP it, as part of a prank. And according to Hughes' family, the coach knew the students were coming and he was excited about the prank, and he came outside to catch them in the act. But as the teens drove away, investigators say Hughes slipped on the wet street and fell into the path of Wallace's truck. The Hall County Sheriff's Office, which originally filed charges against the 5 teens, tells us it supports and respects the district attorney's decision. And before this announcement, an online petition calling for the charges to be dropped gathered more than 5,000 signatures. I'll take a listen to a little bit from Wallace's attorney during a press conference yesterday when he announced that these charges were dropped as well. We have some more from a student as well, paying her respects to the family.
Jaden and his friends were participating in a competitive game outside the home of their beloved teacher. This is a long-time tradition at North Hall High School. As Jaden was leaving the home, he never saw Coach Hughes as he approached. Jaden had only gone a few feet when this accident took place. Vehicular homicide charges are not appropriate in this case because Jaden never operated his truck in a dangerous, improper, or unsafe manner. Jaden is still grieving deeply, but he's determined eventually to carry on and live his life in a way that would make Coach Hughes proud. Coach Hughes was a mentor to him. The Wallace family would like to thank the North Hall community for the prayers and loving support that was offered to both the Hughes family and to the Wallace family. The parents, Jeremy and Kristen Wallace, along with Jaden, also would like to encourage donations to the GoFundMe that's set up in the Hughes name, as well as the continued prayers for Laura Hughes and her children.
Oh, and earlier this week, Hughes' family also told us that pursuing charges here would be counter to Jason's lifelong dedication of investing in the lives of these children. And again, his funeral is going to be held at Family Church in Gainesville at 11 a.m. Now, I believe we do also have the sound from the student as well. This is a sophomore at North Hall High School coming to pay her respects to Jason. Take a listen.
I think the first feeling I thought was, this can't be real, like this, there's no way this happened. I just saw him this week, and I mean, I went to take a test and I borrowed a Chromebook from his room. There's no way this is happening, like this can't be real. So I think I was in just a stage of like, no, this isn't real. Whenever somebody would need help or something, he would always make great conversation. He always had the best smile on his face, and he just seemed like such a friendly guy. He truly does love. He loved his wife so much. Miss Hughes, she's the sweetest lady ever. And they had just such a good connection, and you could just see it.
Kim, while we listen to the students who clearly loved their teacher and are going to miss him, and then we also heard from the attorney who addressed what happened out here, I want to make sure that we're talking about this too. when we first heard that this happened and it went viral, it went everywhere, so many people started weighing in, and I think the kids, the students, were villainized in all of this, and clearly the tone has changed. What do you think made the argument for, hey, this was just an accident?
His family speaking up and saying that these charges should be dropped. Again, that quote that we have from the family saying that this would kind of, pursuing the charges would kind of go against everything that he stood for with this. And as we learn more from the family about, what happened that day as well, of course, when you hear vehicular homicide, that's a very serious charge. Yes. And so for the DA to drop that as well, that certainly, is making a statement as well.
Yeah. Am I wrong about this? There's a GoFundMe for him and the family? Is there?
Yes, okay. yes. And the students' families are also encouraging people to donate to that GoFundMe, and I believe we do have that posted on our website as well.
Okay, we definitely should. So if you guys are interested, you've been hearing about this story, you want to help the family out, we do have that available for you all. Kim, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on this. And I also want to keep you guys updated on everything that's happening out at the airport. TSA has missed its first official paycheck. Our Aiden Brown got out there and saw how that may be impacting the travelers, but I want to make sure that we are talking about these TSA agents first. First and foremost, many of them have either only gotten a partial payment, some of them have not gotten paid at all. Of course, they still have bills, they still got to put food on the table like the rest of us. And so when is that money going to come? I mean, it's all going to really depend on Congress voting on a spending bill. Right now, the Department of Homeland Security is not being funded. There's been some conversation between Democrats who say that they want to make sure that there are some regulations put on ice, and then Republicans who say this is not the time to be playing around with our Department of Homeland Security. We are in an ongoing conflict, a full-blown war right now. We need them more than ever. And then we're also hearing from the president who says, well, hey, there's the SAVE Act. You guys need to all vote on the SAVE Act first, and then we can go into the DHS, and then we can get everything funded, and TSA will be able to get paid again. It's a simple process. So everybody has what they think is the resolution to making sure that this shutdown ends as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, TSA is stuck in the middle. A rising number of U.S. airports are asking for donations already. We actually heard from Denver International Airport out there in Colorado on X. They posted, and I quote, "Donations needed," all capital letters, exclamation point. They're asking that people support their TSA employees who have been working without pay by donating either $10 or $20 grocery store gift cards or gas gift cards. They also made sure that they specified Visa cards cannot be accepted. I'll explain why they had to specify that in just a second. But other airports like Seattle-Tacoma International, they have already started food pantries for the TSA agents. So they're saying you might not be getting this paycheck where you can go ahead and feed your family the proper way, but let's make sure that you can still bring food home, put food on the table. All right, so I mentioned that Denver specified that they could not take Visa gift cards for their TSA employees. And that's because TSA workers, they're government employees, they're federal employees, and they're subject to the federal government's regulations. So employees are not allowed to accept cash nor cash equivalent cards like Visa gift cards. The regulation also says that all gift cards have to be valued at $20 or less. That is why they specified $20 grocery store gift cards or $20 gas price cards. And then at the same time, Fox News Digital is reporting that over 300 airport security officers have left TSA since the beginning of the DHS shutdown. We've gotten call-outs, unscheduled absences, and all of that is rising to an average of 6% all throughout this shutdown. Now, thankfully here in Atlanta, we are not suffering as much as some of our other neighboring airports are, and which is really interesting because we are considered the world's busiest airport. But I want to check in on some of those live security wait times. As we mentioned, with less TSA agents on the floor, there's possible for passengers to experience higher wait times. So earlier this morning, I checked the main checkpoint, 46 minutes in order to get through. That was at 6:45 a.m. Checking right now, main checkpoint, 2 minutes to get through. North checkpoint was 24 minutes earlier this morning. It's 13 minutes right now. The lower north checkpoint is closed. Don't even try to go there. And then the south checkpoint, they're taking pre-check only. No wait time at all. And then to get through an international flight, you go to the main checkpoint for international flights, 4 minutes. So much better than we were seeing earlier on today. I'm interested in seeing that these numbers increase later on tonight. You know, a lot of people get their red eyes, which is why we may have been seeing some of those wait times in higher numbers earlier this morning. And then a lot of people take late night flights as well, maybe trying to get home from business or a business trip or something like that. All right, so that's what we have there on that. Thankfully, no significant delays, and maybe later on I'll be able to check some cancellations for you all. But remember, I said that our Aiden Brown had gotten out there and talked to some passengers too. I want to let you guys listen in into how people out there in Atlanta are actually weathering the storm and weathering these the wait times that I told you about from earlier today.
Got here, and we're traveling to Iowa to go see our family for spring break. Well, when we got here, a little difficult getting the parking, but I wasn't expecting the long lines. I was fortunate, though. I did look, and it said to be here 3 hours early, which is not usual. They said there's a lot of construction going on, so I do know if you're going to travel, you better get to the airport earlier than just a last-minute arrival.
It looks a little packed this morning. The lines are a little long, but it's been pretty easy so far. Everyone's super nice, so can't complain. There's notices going out letting us know that there's construction going on and to be here 3 to 4 hours early ahead of time, and they are definitely giving you all the instructions on what to do. If you take the time to download the app and read, then, which a lot of people don't do. So it's the norm, honestly. I'm not shocked because it's always busy here, to be honest. So just anticipating.
So you're having a pretty good experience with all of this?
So far. I did just get here, so there's still time, but so far so good.
All right, so you guys were listening in to some of those passengers weighing in. I told you before that woman thankfully seemed like she was weathering the storm pretty well. She had a really nice disposition about everything, but then you take a look at some of the people behind her and it was a completely different story. One lady's face looked like she did not want to be part of that at all. But you guys are weighing in. One of the big questions, Ostara asked, why can't they get their paycheck? The government took their paychecks. Okay, let's break this back down. I don't think that I said this before, so fair question. The Department of Homeland Security funds, they pay the TSA, not just ICE, but TSA as well. And so these TSA employees have not gotten their paychecks because we are under a partial government shutdown, and that government shutdown includes not giving money to DHS until things are figured out. So Congress, again, they have to make the decision and decide on a federal spending bill. And until that decision is made, we're all kind of in limbo. So that's why they aren't receiving their pay. Someone says this is happening just as spring break is starting. Yes, we're seeing those higher wait times. That was actually Ostara too. Thank you so much for being so communicative in this chat. But yes, as you mentioned, these long TSA wait times, not in Atlanta, but at some of the other airports. This is all while kids are trying to go on their spring breaks. Families finally got a break from school, from teaching, and they're excited to get out there for their spring break trips. But unfortunately, this is something that we are all having to endure. And I mean, while we're talking about spring break and not just this government shutdown, how that's going to affect TSA, but thinking about some of the trips that you may have had planned before we knew that we were at war with Iran, are some of you guys canceling your trips? I'm just curious and wondering. All right. Last but not least, there was one more that I wanted to address. Pam Crane raised a great point, said, could you imagine if teachers weren't getting paid but had to teach anyway? The sky would literally fall. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Could you see yourself still walking into work and doing your job every day, knowing that you weren't going to leave with a paycheck at the end of 2 weeks, or for some of you at the end of the month, or for some of you, however often it is that you get paid? Would you still be going in? Would you try to find a new job? Be honest. weigh in. We got that live chat for you all for an option, as an option for a reason. So we're on TikTok, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook. You can jump in the conversation. All right, still ahead. Want to get you a live check at your forecast. We've got meteorologist Alex Forbes on standby, trying to bring us the latest. We're going to see if we have fixed that technical issue for you all so we can make sure you know what's going to happen throughout your day and week ahead. We'll have more on that when we come back. Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. Everybody is interested in the Atlanta St. Patrick parade later on today, but I need to know, is the weather going to hold for it?
Absolutely. Great day to have it. So glad it's today and not on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, tell me why.
Yeah, you'll see.
Okay.
That's what you call a tease. All right, you ready for this? A lot of green on the map. Getting in the St. Patrick's Day spirit. 61 in Atlanta right now, 52 over in Canton. So that's the urban heat island, right? 62 in Noonan, 61 in Griffin, 59 in Eatonton. On the uphill swing, we've already warmed more than 10 degrees since the sun has come up. So for the remainder of the day, I do expect to get into the 70s. It is pie day, by the way. Maybe a slice of pie, 3.14. 77 is what I've got for a high temperature a little later on this afternoon. So there's your sunshine. Not a whole lot going on the forecast model. But as we've been talking about, we're watching for storms tomorrow night and into Monday morning. More Monday morning than tomorrow night, but still some of it gets started during the overnight hours. So let's time it out hour by hour now. There's 3, 4, 5 o'clock today. Smooth sailing across the state. Some clouds moving in from the north or from the south, moving north. You can call your friends down in Florida tomorrow morning and thank them for that. They are the ones responsible. And that's going to give way to a couple of afternoon showers and maybe even a couple of storms here in the metro. But look out to the west. You see that band of rain? That's thunderstorms continuing to push across the state of Mississippi, state of Alabama, Tennessee. Here we are at 1 a.m. Monday morning. So northwest Georgia, Lookout Mountain, Trenton, Ringgold. This is when the storms will begin crossing the state line, pushing into the metro area 5, 6 a.m., and then continuing off to the east after that. So a quick mover. We'll talk about the threats here in a second, but look at that. That is not heavy rain. That is mixed precipitation. Monday, 11 a.m., and that's going to be possible across the metro area. Now, I'm not looking for solid mixed precipitation anywhere here in metro Atlanta and North Georgia. I think it's going to be just flurries when all is said and done, but it's really indicative of the cold air that we're going to have moving into the area. So here is our severe weather outlooks. Now, what I've done is taken the Sunday severe weather outlook and put it under the Monday severe weather outlook, because when the storms are coming through North Georgia, they're going to be coming through during that cutoff time when we switch days. So I said, all right, we'll just put the days together. And that, I think, is a better approach to what's going to happen here in North Georgia. Now, because I put the days together, you get this awkward level 1 sliver from Cobb County up through Blairsville and into North Carolina. For all intents and purposes, we're all in a level 2 as far as I'm concerned. So a level 2 threat for everybody. That includes Dawsonville, that includes Dahlonega, includes Blairsville, for damaging winds upwards of 60 miles an hour, the low end risk of a spin up tornado, and isolated hail up to 1 inch in diameter. I don't see the severe weather risk any different in Griffin than I do in Dawsonville. So that's what I want you to take away from this map. I know it looks weird, but that's what you call government bureaucracy right there. All right? So our rain chances, I've got 40% for tomorrow, 70% for Monday. That 40% is that scattered stuff during the afternoon. The 70% is the front coming through. So this is just your reminder that we are close enough to spring, right? 3 days away from St. Patrick's Day, 6 days away from spring, 12 days away till the Braves get things underway, and we are riding the roller coaster between now and then. 77 today. How about 46 for St. Patrick's Day? That's going to be your high temperature. Overnight low of 28 Tuesday morning. That's going to send wind chills into the teens. And that, Judea, is why we tell you to don't plant anything until the Masters. The Masters is the first week of April. So that's typically the safe bet. Don't go planting anything. We've been saying that, but obviously don't do it this week either.
Good rule of thumb. I'm just looking at the fact that this is a boomerang that we're really looking at here. It's 77, as you mentioned, 46 in the beginning of the week, but the middle of our 7-day forecast. Then back to 76.
And look, that 75 for Sunday is a little conservative. Some spots might break 80 on Sunday. So we would go from 80 there down to 28 by Tuesday morning. That's like a 60-degree temperature swing.
Okay, let me ask you this, because that sounds glorious, but I'm also seeing that 40% that potentially hitting 80 in some spots. But then I'm also looking at that 40% chance. If you wanted to get out and do something with your Sunday, is the morning an option?
Yes, morning's definitely an option. The better chance of rain during the afternoon, which even then, if we see something, it's not going to be a washout by any stretch of the imagination. So don't go canceling anything, at least for Sunday.
Okay, noted. Alex, thank you so much for giving us a look at the forecast ahead. I'm going to let you get back to checking out and making sure that that's where we stay for the rest of the day. We need to make sure everybody who's out there for the Atlanta St. Patrick's Parade is going to have a good, dry time. And coming up, I want to talk to you all who maybe have some kids in the house. I don't know how long ago that you got your driver's license, but did you know?
11 years ago.
I got to do the math on myself.
I guess 16, right? I'm 26. So coming up on 11 years. Yep.
Okay. I also got my permit when I was 16, but just so you know, it's possible that here in Georgia, some of the rules, some of the questions that they have on that test that you took 11 years ago
that
may
it failed
have
the first time?
We're going to talk about that later. This helps my argument that people in Georgia, specifically Atlanta, y'all aren't the best drivers. But, I can only say that because I'm in New York.
Right.
Anyway, still ahead, we're going to have a conversation with someone who can talk to us a little bit more about what these potential changes may be. And that's going to be really interesting, especially for you parents out there who are getting ready to put your kids on the road.
I'm team make it easier.
I am team make it harder. No, we need to ask more questions. Some of y'all out there shouldn't have your license. And I'm side-eyeing you. You guys, we'll be right back. Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I was just asking our Alex Forbes when he got his permit. You guys weigh in the chat too. What year was it? Just letting you know there may be some changes to Georgia's permit test, and that should be really interesting to you out there. If you're a parent an aunt or uncle and you know that you got a young one trying to get on the streets anytime soon, I want to bring in a special guest, Hannah Mishenko from Zutobi, who could talk to us a little bit more about what these potential changes to the test might be. Hannah, welcome to Fox 5 News Live.
Hi, guys. It was a pleasure to hear your fantastic memories and such a great mood when you were talking about your driving license. However, as we know, about 35 of first-time takers don't pass because they often underestimate how specific the questions can be. So currently, Georgia DDS knowledge exam is split into two separate sections: road rules, 20 questions, and road signs. So for now, what we know is that current topics on tests is hands-free Georgia law, move-over law, and questions that trip people up most often involve right-of-way at intersections, school zone rules, the slowpoke law, and blood alcohol limits. So the whippers on lights on rule. Also, if whippers are on for rain, headlights must be on too. This is commonly tested question. So current test prep now emphasize defensive driving, distracted driving, emergency situations, railroad and crossing, and accidents. As a driver's education provider, of course, we want more awareness among parents about what the law requires and continued updates to reflect modern road risks like distracted driving. And what we can see now is that the permit test is tough enough. And this is good because the test is a starting point. Georgia's law is what ensures teens actually know how to drive, because speeding is far the biggest factor in Georgia, accounting for nearly 3 times more deaths among teenagers than even drunk driving, and 24 times more than distracted driving.
You gave us a lot of really good information there, Hannah, and I want to break down some of it. The very last thing that you were talking about was Joshua's Law, and that's very important. I want to make sure that people here who may not be from Georgia are familiar with it, but also some of us Georgians who may not know, besides Georgia's move over law, what other laws we're supposed to be abiding by. Can you help me break that down just a little further? What exactly is Joshua's Law?
Sure. So it's a 2007 Georgia law named after Joshua Brown, a teen who died in a 2003 crash. It requires 16 and 17 years old to complete formal driver education before getting license. 3 things required: 30 hours of instruction, 6 hours behind the wheel, and 40 hours supervised driving, 6 at night.
Okay. That makes sense. And it also helps us understand a little bit more about how they're expecting us to, and our kids, to be able to adapt to the potential new questions or new changes that could be coming. Because if you do have more of those hours in the classroom, you should be learning more about the laws and the different traffic signals that you should abide by. So that should help, right?
Of course. So what we can see is that structured learning helping families to prevent crashes on road. And of course, as a driver's education provider, we are interested to promote this law, to push teenagers study more, to give them more opportunities in a gamified way to learn how to drive. Because it's very funny, now to observe how crazy people, and especially teenagers, about new TV series called Love Story. I'm sure you heard about that. But how many love stories were broken because of driving accident on the road? So as a driving school, we just want to remind that knowing how to drive. This is something that can affect not only you, but other lives. So we stay closely aligned with Georgia DDC updates, and the permit test content is regularly refreshed to reflect new traffic laws.
Okay. Hannah, you made this pretty simple. I'm glad that people are learning about this early on, especially as I said, if their kids are trying to go out for lessons. For me, when I was 16, I took my driver's classes in the summer and then applied for my permit, I think at the beginning of the school year. And so this gives them plenty of time to try to talk to their kids before they enroll them in one of these schools, potentially even to Toby. One thing that I wanted to make sure that we touched on before I let you go, you said something about the electronic permit system, and I'm not sure if you had mentioned it here in the interview, or I'm just remembering from our research. Can you talk about that real quick, and then where people can find the full report that has some more of the things that could be potentially changing on Zootopia's website?
So speaking about electronic permit system, now it will be used. So just let me remind myself the exact information on it. So the under the new updates, it will be possible to use electronic system, but only in a testing period. So basically, Georgia government now testing how it will look.
Okay. And then last but not least, that the guide that has some of the reporting and what could potentially be changing, people can find that on Zootopia's website, right?
Yeah, of course. We work closely with DDS, but we haven't received official notice of a major test revision yet. So before to speak about something specific, we want to verify that directly with Georgia Department. But on our website, you can always find the latest updates.
Got you. And I'm looking at the 2026 DMV rules, the quick checklist for new drivers. That is very good to refresh yourself on. Even for some of us old, seasoned drivers, you might be surprised at some of the stuff that's on this list. Hannah, thank you so much for your time with us. I appreciate it. Well, you guys, we're going to continue on with our day, but I'm also going to look at some of the questions that some of you guys have asked while she was chatting with us. And in a little bit, I'll be able to answer some of those questions for you all. All right. Remember, today is the day for the 142nd Atlanta St. Patrick's Parade. It kicks off in just a little bit. Our Eli Jordan went to check it out, and you know, some of the things that we want to make sure that we're talking about with you all. First of all, we are going to be streaming this live for you all starting at 12 o'clock when the parade kicks off, all the way to 1:30. But again, our Eli Jordan is previewing it for us. And I'm seeing some people passing them by. I don't know if they're getting ready for the parade, Eli, but are you seeing anybody line up early on?
Oh yeah, we got some people lining up, getting here early. I've seen a guy, you know, with his hair all green, his beard green, carrying his big cane, wearing a kilt, and tattoos all over. And he looked like he was getting ready to go in there. We heard some bagpipers up there kind of tuning up. But yes, it is the 142nd running of the Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade. And, you know, people do get here earlier, and I'm here with somebody that has attended at least 15 of these parades. He and his wife has come out here a whole lot, and his name is James Connolly. Hello, James Connolly. How you doing?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Doing all right, not too bad. So you're all decked out for St. Patrick's Day?
I sure am. I'm ready for it.
What is it about St. Patrick's Day that gets you out here to, you know, check out the parade?
The people, the events, the different, you know, folks participating. It's always been good and great.
So you said you got here early, and you've done this a lot, but there's a little bit of a strategy. You got to pick the right side of the street, right?
You got to pick the right side of the street so you're not getting sunburnt when the sun's hitting you, and making sure the weather is nice helps because of the wind. But yeah, definitely trying to stay on the right side of the shade.
So is early arrival the key to getting a good spot?
It is, mainly because the roads start closing early, and then just trying to get into town. I know there's a lot of events going on this weekend as well, so just trying to get in early to make sure I got my seat ready and get to see as much of it as I can.
So what do you look forward to most in the St. Patrick's Day Parade? Is it the bagpipers? Is it the dancers? Because we do have some, like, you know, Irish dancing, I believe, and there's some, you know, river dance, I guess is what they call it. But or is it just the marching bands? What do you like most?
I like really the bagpipers probably the most. I like them, and I also like seeing just the folks dressed up. You know, love seeing the 501st out here as well. Dressed up with the Star Wars and the kilt and just all the different groups.
So real quick, on a little bit more serious note, we were talking about security and, big crowds and all that. And some people might be concerned about crowds considering the state of the world today and all that. Are you worried here about any kind of safety issues or anything?
I'm not. Mainly Atlanta's getting ready for the World Cup, so they've already started putting a lot of security in place. So I haven't been worried about it at all.
Already on their toes. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. And what would you advise people if they're wanting to come on out here and check it out? Would you suggest driving or MARTA, or what would you say?
We drove in just to get the early parking spot. MARTA would probably be the best if you live closer and get on that. But either way works as long as you get to have fun and enjoy the crowds.
Are you going to be jumping out there for the candy that's thrown around and stuff?
Well, I probably won't be jumping out there, but I'll be ready for it.
But you and your wife, you guys are a bit of a parade connoisseurs. You guys come to parades. You guys like parades, right?
We definitely do. We've been coming to the Veterans Day parades for many years, just coming out as many as we can, just have a good time.
And you do Dragon Con too, I guess, right?
Yes.
What's your favorite parade? What would you say?
Honestly, I'd probably say it's still St. Patrick's Day parade. It's still my favorite just to get out and enjoy it. It's not as packed as Dragon Con is or becomes, but it's still a good parade with all the same folks. So whether it's the Netherworld team and everybody else.
Awesome. James Donnelly, thank you so much. James Donnelly out here early with his wife to come check out the parade, Judea, and that's it'll be starting up at noon. And as you said, we will be streaming this from noon until 1:30 when it cranks up, but it's going to go from 15th Street down to 5th Street. So if you live in Midtown, be aware of that. And again, this is the longest running event in Atlanta, and it's well attended too. People will be drinking their beers, maybe shooting some Irish whiskey or whatever, but that's what's going on. It should be a good time from 12 to 1:30, and if you're not able to get down here, keep us on and on the stream, because we'll be streaming it to you live. Judea?
Sounds great, Eli. And did James go anywhere? He's such a character, but I got some questions for him.
All right, cool. James, we got some questions for you from Judea.
Okay, first and foremost,
let's go shoot, Judea.
Can you tell him to spread his jacket? Does his shirt say straight out of shenanigans?
Let me see what your jacket says. Straight out of shenanigans.
It sure does. And so for him to talk about the fact that he wasn't going to run out there for some candy, I don't believe it. I don't put anything past him.
Yeah, she thinks you're going to run out there for some candy. We're wearing that shirt.
May have to.
And then my second question for him, they got out there early. How did he go about picking his spot?
Yeah, tell us, how do you go about picking your spot, for the parade? Tell us all about that strategy.
Really, it is just looking to see where I can make sure that we're on the right side of the street. Normally, we'd probably be sitting on the other side because of having the sun in the back, but this year we're sitting here because of the shade of the building.
So yeah, we got the sun on the other side of this big incomplete building here, and you can see the sun behind James right there, and the shade is important, right?
It really is. It's just, because I've sat out here for the Veterans Day Parade and got burnt a bit, so I need to make sure that we found the right spot for shade.
It's not too pleasant looking directly into the sun either.
No, but again, you still have a good time with the folks in there, but yeah, this time was really making sure I got shade.
You might have to move down a little bit because it looks like that sun is creeping over a little bit.
It may.
As the higher it gets in the sky, and might have to do some adjustments out here, Judea. So, but we got plenty of room. It's not packed out here yet. We're close to the start of it. I am in between 14th and 13th Street, and the parade starts getting gathered up. Everybody starts gathering just beyond 14th Street down there, and they'll be coming down this way, going all the way up to 5th Street, up that way. So if you live in Midtown, this will be blocked off very soon, and starting at 12 noon and lasting until 1:30. So if you live along here, be prepared to get out and walk, or have your car kind of blocked off. Get out and move it now if you need to. But that's what's going to be happening here, and we'll have it live starting at 12:30. 12, I guess. We're starting at 12, right, Judea?
Yes, 12. Oh, Eli, and I cannot wait.
Gotcha,
I'm hoping our audience is also looking forward to it. We've got the live chat so people can actually interact with us in real time. Let us know what their favorite floats are. It's going to be a great experience. And all at the hands of you. You're out there capturing it for us. So appreciate that. All right, you guys, looking ahead. While that's happening in Atlanta, I understand that there is a powerlifting competition underway in Alpharetta. Why is that important to you guys? Because the people who are participating in this may just blow you away. I want to get right out to our Caitlin Pratt live at the scene. Caitlin, let me know what's going on here. Tease for the people what exactly is taking place.
Hi, Judea. Oh my gosh, what a special story. I'm stepping outside the building right now because it is so loud inside. When I first opened the door, there were so many cheers. That's because a competition is going on. It has everything to do with weights, which if you've never lifted before, I've kind of got a taste of what we're talking about here. Okay, so I switched the camera. I am in Alpharetta right now at what they call a weightlifting meet. And we already did one event. That's when I walked in and everyone was cheering. Now we're about to do a second event. You see it right here. And we have some very special competitors. We're talking about Special Olympians here. And I want you to listen to what the organizer of this event had to tell us.
Today, we are having a powerlifting meet. It's the Georgia State Championships. And it is just a big, fun, energetic fundraiser for Big Dog Barbell. We have some lifters coming in from around the nation and just trying to support the powerlifting community. And that's about it.
And tell me about a Big Dog Barbell.
So it is strength training for individuals with special needs, and it was started several years ago, 501c3 charity, and they lift, once or twice a week together, working on gaining strength and mobility for a group that I think population tends to overlook as being strong and able to do things. And so we just want to show everybody how much they're capable of and how strong they can be and how uplifting and powerful they can be, and we have a good time.
Said. And what is the reaction when they achieve their personal best?
Oh my goodness, the crowd goes crazy. They go crazy. They are hugging everybody and high-fiving everybody and cheering each other on. And it is just, it's super empowering for them. They know how strong they are and they know they can do anything they want to.
And I guess just closing thoughts on how inspirational it is for everybody else watching.
Oh my gosh, you can hear the crowd in the background. It is so inspirational. Again, the joy that they bring and the fun that they have, you can't ask for anything better. Every time I watch them, and I get a front row seat most of the time, and every time I watch them, they are just, I walk away with my heart so full of joy and just so proud of everybody and just knowing this is what we can be. It's good.
Right? Okay, you're looking back here live as we stream here for you. Yes, that is their coach, Josh, right there. And I was chatting with him briefly in between the events, and he was telling me that all the money's raised from admission for today's meet, it all goes to helping pay for uniforms, for travel. And this team, they compete across the country every year. This is their first meet to try and fundraise, but they've been doing this for quite some time. 12 Special Olympians on that team, and they meet up and they lift multiple times a week and compete across the country. And anyone who deals with athletics knows it can be expensive, especially when you travel. So this is helping to support this effort, support this nonprofit. And look at this, so strong. Wow. We're going to check back in about an hour. I'll give you an update on what other events we'll be doing here, Judea. But yeah, just amazing to watch, amazing to see these strong young men in action. Back to you.
Absolutely, Caitlin. I'm so glad you were able to get out there. I'm just thinking, as you mentioned, sports athletics, it can be really expensive, but I'm also thinking about the fact that team sports, you learn so much, not just about, working with other people, but you also learn a lot about yourself, how to push yourself when things get tough, how to keep going, because you're not just competing for you, you're also competing for your team. You want to make everybody else proud as well. It's really cool watching them take turns and get on there and, try their best for the crowd. And I heard during that interview, you mentioned just how much cheering there was when you walked in during one of the events. I could hear
Oh,
how
yeah.
excited the crowd was. They are fired up.
They are ready to go, and for the next event to officially start, you see them here in their chairs.
Yes.
They're just practicing right now, all of our lifters. But
okay.
yeah, they are pumped up and ready to compete. Once again, this is the second event for Big Dog Barbell. Amazing. And I can't wait to update you in the next hour here on Fox Local.
Looking forward to it. And you guys out there, maybe you're watching and you're like, that's so cool, I want to get involved, or I've got a family member, a friend, or a friend's family member that should be involved. Again, Caitlin just told you the name there, but it's Big Dog Barbell. They've got a website, www.bigdogbarbell.org, and it's all spelled the way you would think it would be spelled. All right, so that's happening out in Alpharetta. We'll check in with Caitlin in just a little bit, but I want to remind you all about this annual Jeep Summit that's bringing so many people into town. This is the Mountaintop Jeep Summit, and it's going on today starting at 10 a.m., so it's well underway. It's going to continue until 4 p.m. Our Joyce Lupiani from the digital team got out there to check it out for you all, and just as I suspected, I see the rubber duckies. Oh, so much fun. Okay, this is happening at the Habersham County Fairgrounds out in Clarksville. So if you're a Jeep enthusiast, you are thinking about getting one, or maybe you just want some merch, you can head out there. Again, it's going on until 4 p.m. This is the annual Jeep Summit. They feature dozens of Jeeps, multiple vendors, raffle prizes, so you might go home with something, a 50-50 cash prize, so you might go home with some money in your pocket, and then there's a show and shine competition and a ton of food trucks in case you are hungry, want to eat. They have that covered for you all too. It actually started yesterday. It's going on again today, and this will be the last day to get out there. So if you are in the area, it should be super fun. Again, this is the annual Jeep Summit that features dozens of Jeeps. Again, I told you about the vendors, the raffle prizes, the cash prize, and the competitions that they've got going on. All right. Earlier, we had that interview where I was talking to you about some of the changes that may be coming to Georgia's permit test. And I also told you that I would be reading your comments and answering some questions for you all. Oh, first, before I get to that, Fred Smith asked if he's the 3/8 of Irish, could he still come to the Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade? Of course you can. You see, I'm wearing my green. I'm not Irish. My last name is Murray, but I'm not Irish. And okay, so Yana, corporate mama, wanted to know what changes are coming to the test. So what I can give you, there have already been some changes made this year to DMV rules here in Georgia, and that may impact the test. We don't know exactly what the test is going to read just yet. Zutobi was letting us know that they'll be getting those instructions from the state anytime now. But what I can tell you are about the new DMV rules. There's a checklist for new drivers that can be found on Zutobi's website. Right now, real ID documents, a must. So real ID enforcement is fully in effect. And of course, that's one of those licenses. Here in Georgia, if you've got a valid license, no matter what, you're good. But they want to see the license with the little star on it, and that's called your real ID. Let's see, hands-free phone laws are now primary enforcement. Honestly, I thought that was always the case in Georgia. I heard it was a hands-free state. You would be pulled over if they saw you talking on the phone or texting, of course. But as of early 2026, over 30 states now, including Georgia, treat holding your phone while driving as a primary offense, meaning officers can pull you over for that alone. They don't have to have any other reason or determine that there may be some other thing that you're doing. If they see you with that phone, that's enough. All right, so they also want you to book your DMV appointment early. So if you are there to take your test or are there to try to get your license, whatever it may be, they want you to get in as early as possible because walk-ins are becoming limited. More and more people are coming out. DMV requirements requires 2026 for first-time applications, testing, and real ID services almost always require an appointment, especially during the summer and back-to-school season. So during our interview, I mentioned that when I was 16, I took my courses during the summer, and then when school year started up, that's when I took my test, got my permit, then eventually my full license. So that's how that all went. And if I were doing that again today, clearly I would need to make an appointment and I would need to make sure I got there early. All right. And then last but not least, Specifically for learner permits, the requirements for 2026 include more supervised hours. So your kids, I think at one point in time, they were only supposed to need 30 hours or so of supervised driving, but most states require 40 to 70 hours of supervised driving before that teen can then take the road test, and 10 to 15 of those hours have to be at night. And again, those questions should be refreshed on the test soon. As soon as we learn what some of those questions may be, we'll try to get that information out to you. But Zootobi is one of those companies that is keeping up to date on this. They've got driving schools, and they also have this full list on their website. All right, you guys, still ahead. We are going to talk about, actually, I'm looking at the time now. I'm actually going to keep you guys with me. Don't go anywhere. Let's chit chat about Israel, Iran, and the U.S. and how that may be impacting you, your gas prices, your mortgage rates today. So first and foremost, Iran announced earlier today that 52 of their cultural sites have been damaged in U.S.-Israeli strikes. That includes museums, historic monuments, tons of mansions that are important to that area. Some of those sites date back several centuries and are dedicated to Kurdish culture, so clearly they are not happy. Iran has threatened to attack UAE cities. Iran's military command threatened earlier today to attack cities around the UAE. They claimed that those cities were being used by U.S. forces to launch strikes on Iran's Abu Musa and Karg Islands. And so they're telling people who are in the area, evacuate ports, docks, and locations wherever U.S. forces are being sheltered in your city. And then last but not least, as it pertains to Karg Island and the U.S. strikes, we have heard that officials say that U.S. strikes there have been limited to military facilities. They also say that Karg Island is home to the primary terminal that handles the country's oil exports. So if there were strikes in the area, you can understand why that would be so important that they tried to stop that from happening. I'm just talking about the strategy from the other side there. But that may have an impact on the gas prices we're seeing because it's bringing up the price of oil barrels, but also your mortgage rates. So let's chat about that with just about a minute left. Your mortgage rates are on the rise again this week. And I asked you, some of you, if you were impacted by this, what your mortgage rate was, how you're weathering the storm. The Iran attack makes the money markets a little nervous, and so that's why we may be seeing some higher rates. The average 30-year benchmark mortgage rate rose to 6.11% after falling below 6%. So even though it's only that 0.11 higher, that's enough for us to, have our eyes open. Borrowing costs on 15-year fixed rate mortgages, often used to refinance homes, also went up this week. So I saw some of you in our chat talking about this is not a good time to refinance. That has risen to 5.5% compared to 5.43% last week. We're keeping you up to date on everything that has to do with the war and how it can affect your pockets. Still ahead, I want to bring things back closer to home. Some of the biggest things happening around Georgia. We'll have more on that when we come back. Welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. We got some information at the top of the show. It was breaking at the time. Now it is developing. I want to make sure we're all up to date on this huge fire in Atlanta. We learned from our Billy Heath has destroyed what was supposed to be an abandoned structure. So, of course, now there's an investigation. What exactly took place there? Was this intentional? Was it arson? These are questions that we don't have answers to just yet. But what I can tell you is that it took place. We've got some video courtesy of Alexis Chandler that shows that fire. I believe this one is just a photo for you all. But we also got to talk to some people out in the area about what they thought about this. I can only imagine when you woke up that morning and you saw fire or even just a bunch of emergency personnel in your area, just how shocking this would be. Let's listen in to that person.
It's kids that live here, it's animals. I really feel like you inconvenienced a lot of people, like our Wi-Fi out, and people really could have got hurt. The fire could have spread, like it could have been worse, but I'm happy it wasn't and it was okay.
Today, we are.
All right, so you were listening in to that young lady there. As she said, she's just happy that it wasn't much worse than it actually ended up being. We know that so far, because it was supposed to be abandoned, there are no injuries or any incidents of people being involved, any reports of that we know of. And again, this is that crazy video. I mean, you can see the sparks, the ashes flying in the air. So this took place overnight. This morning, that scene cleared. Our Billy Heath was out there as they were still spraying water on that structure, and he says that it is a total loss. That's what we have out there. Now, moving on, did you guys hear about that incident in Virginia, that shooting at Old Dominion University? Well, we learned that 3 people total were shot, and that one of those people who had been shot, who was also killed, was a UGA grad. So I want to introduce you to Lieutenant Colonel Brandon A. Shaw. He graduated from University of Georgia, and unfortunately we heard that while out there at ODU running a class full of ROTC students, someone walked into the room, opened fire. This all happening just a couple days ago. Again, he was a UGA graduate. He earned his MBA. He was killed in the attack. 2 other people were hurt. And surprisingly enough, I told you it was a classroom full of ROTC students. Those ROTC students are the ones who managed to subdue and then eventually shoot and kill the suspect. Officials say that the person was someone who admittedly selling the gun to the suspect in this case, has admitted to it and said that he didn't know he was convicted for attempting to aid ISIS in 2016. So that's a whole nother layer to this story. The suspect here in this case, they do believe was an ISIS supporter. He was arrested back in 2016 after buying a firearm in North Carolina, and we now have learned the identity of the person who sold the man the gun. Now, the suspect told police at the time he used to be a National Guardsman, but he quit after listening to some online lectures from a now deceased leader of Al-Qaeda. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison for supplying support to ISIS, and he had only gotten out in 2024. And so just 2 years later, now we have this horrific tragedy. And again, it was ODU ROTC students who shot and killed him, possibly saving some more lives. And so again, we're learning some more information about Shaw. We actually have a whole article up online for him. His friends, his family have weighed in, talking a little bit more about who he was, how important he is to the community, and what a fine soldier he was. So that's the latest that we have there on that. And another big story that I want to bring you all some updates on. We know that there's supposed to be a funeral today for a teacher who was killed in a prank. And so I brought in our reporter, Kim Luffler, to talk to us a little bit more about this. Kim, talk to me about who this teacher was. I know this case really went viral.
Yeah, and it went national as well. I saw some of the national news outlets covering this. Well, we learned yesterday that the Hall County District Attorney is actually dropping all of the charges for the 5 teens connected to this. This was, from my understanding, a prank that kids do every single year. Mm-hmm. So here is the background. This happened on March 6th. 18-year-old Jaden Willis had initially been charged with vehicular homicide in connection to this. His attorney says prosecutors made the right call in dismissing this case on Friday. Investigators say Wallace and 4 other teens had gone to North Hall High School teacher Jason Hughes' home to TP it as part of this prank. And according to Hughes' family, The coach knew the students were coming and he was excited about the prank, and he came outside to catch them in the act. But as the teens drove away, investigators say Hughes slipped on the wet street and fell into the path of Wallace's truck. The Hall County Sheriff's Office, which originally filed charges against the 5 teens, tells us it supports and respects the district attorney's decision to drop the charges. Before that announcement, an online petition calling for the charges to be dropped gathered more than 5,000 signatures. Now take a listen to a little bit from Wallace's attorney making this announcement about the charges being dropped, as well as a student remembering Hughes. Take a listen.
Jaden and his friends were participating in a competitive game outside the home of their beloved teacher. This is a long-time tradition at North Hall High School. As Jaden was leaving the home, he never saw Coach Hughes as he approached. Jaden had only gone a few feet when this accident took place. Vehicular homicide charges are not appropriate in this case because Jaden never operated his truck in a dangerous, improper, or unsafe manner. Jaden is still grieving deeply, but he's determined eventually to carry on and live his life in a way that would make Coach Hughes proud. Coach Hughes was a mentor to him. The Wallace family would like to thank the North Hall community for the prayers and loving support that was offered to both the Hughes family and to the Wallace family. The parents, Jeremy and Kristen Wallace, along with Jaden, also would like to encourage donations to the GoFundMe that's set up in the Hughes name, as well as the continued prayers for Laura Hughes and her children.
I think the first feeling I thought was, this can't be real, like there's no way this happened. I just saw him this week, and I mean, I went to take a test and I borrowed a Chromebook from his room. There's no way this is happening. Like, this can't be real. So I think I was in just a stage of like, no, this isn't real. Whenever somebody would need help or something, he would always make great conversation. He always had the best smile on his face, and he just seemed like such a friendly guy. He truly does love. He loved his wife so much. Miss Hughes, she's the sweetest lady ever. And they had just such a good connection, and you could just see it.
Wow, I mean, just focusing on the student and talking about how much the teacher meant to her, the community, other students, to his own family, how he cared for his wife. My heart goes out to the family. I know there's a GoFundMe set up for them as well right now, right?
Yep, and I believe we do have that posted on our website as well. And even one thing that Wallace's attorney said during that briefing is that, Wallace looked at this coach as a mentor to him as well, and he's heartbroken himself.
I can only imagine something that you thought, it was just supposed to be a fun thing. Of course, some things that you do have consequences, but never thinking that someone that you love so much or just enjoy being around could be the target of. What I'm trying to say is that if these students went out there and they had no rhyme or reason to hurt this man, it just was an accident. Yeah. I can only imagine how you try to wrap your head around that.
When you heard his attorney say that the student didn't even really see him come out when they were leaving his house there. So it really does seem to be just a tragic accident. I did want to read you, we do have a quote from Hughes' family. They had told us earlier this week when they were the ones actually calling for the charges to be dropped, and they said that pursuing charges in this case would be, quote, counter to Jason's lifelong dedication of investing in the lives of these children. So they wanted to kind of, extend, a hug around these kids and show their support for them and grace, in the same way that he did throughout his life.
Wow. Well, and clearly his wishes, the family's wishes, were granted. As we know, the DA did drop those charges. And the funeral, not just happening today, but it's actually happening right now as we speak, right?
Yes, this was set to happen at 11 o'clock. I'm keeping an eye on a live stream from the church, and hopefully if we're able to bring that to you guys, we will do so. But that is happening at Family Church in Gainesville, again, set to start at 11.
Okay. And also letting you all know, we have chosen not to go to the funeral out of respect for the family themselves while they're trying to grieve this moment. But if they do put it on the live stream and they do want to share portions of it with the public, we will share that with you all.
Absolutely.
Kim, thank you so much for bringing us the latest there on that. I wanted to turn the corner real quick and bring you all out to the airport, where we know there may be some heavy, long wait times for people. I'm keeping an eye on what's happening in Atlanta specifically, but around the country, airports have been telling people to come hours in advance, some of them saying 5 hours in advance of your flight, because they are expecting fewer and fewer TSA agents to start showing up for work. And that's because on Friday, they missed their first full paycheck amid the partial shutdown. You guys remember the Department of Homeland Security right now is not being funded. Congress still has to come together to vote on a federal spending bill. And right now, Democrats say they're not going to vote and approve a federal spending bill until they get some assurances that ICE will follow some new regulations, including not wearing face masks or introducing themselves and announcing themselves when they are out patrolling, so that it's not so much a sneaky mission. And then Republicans are saying, well, hey, you guys, this is just not the time that we want to keep the Department of Homeland Security out of office, or not paying some of our biggest people in security. I mean, this is a big deal right now. We are in the middle of a war with Iran, so maybe this isn't the best time. That's what one of the arguments is. And then the president says, well, hey, first and foremost, we need to work on the SAVE Act, approve that first, and then we can get to the Department of Homeland Security, which will trickle down to TSA. So right now, a lot of different people have different ideas of how to make this work. And at the same time, TSA is in the middle of it. A rising number of U.S. airports are asking for donations, in fact, to support these TSA agents and these employees affected by the partial government shutdown. We know that some of those airports, including Denver International Airport, have asked for $10 and $20 grocery store gift cards or gas gift cards. They have specified on X, when they asked for these donations, that Visa cards not be accepted. And I'll explain to you why they specifically don't want visas in just a second, and why they're specifically saying $10 and $20. But other airports like Seattle Tacoma International, they've already started food pantries. So any donations for TSA workers are subject to federal government regulations. That's why they specified $10 and $20. You cannot accept a gift card valued at more than that. And then also, employees are not able to accept cash or cash equivalent cards. That's why they said no visas. So they're specifically asking for people to donate grocery store gift cards, specifically asking people to donate gas gift cards. And then, of course, I mentioned those food pantries that are out there. Fox News Digital has reported that over 300 airport security officers have already left TSA. We've also seen call-outs and unscheduled absences. So it's a lot of pain for a lot of people who say that they need this money now. Now, I was talking in the chat with someone who suggested that they wouldn't necessarily be upset because they knew that they would know that back pay is coming. But I just want you to put this into perspective. While it's only been a couple of weeks for these TSA agents, it could potentially be months. Remember, we saw when SNAP benefits were not being funded, there was quite some time where families were just going without the money that they needed to go ahead and buy food. And some TSA agents, the air traffic controllers, were going for quite some time without pay. Remember what happened a couple of years ago? So if it turned into not just some weeks, but some months, would you still be okay knowing that you had back pay on the way? Just putting that out there. All right, you guys, let's check security wait times, though, to make sure where we are at. Atlanta's airport, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, puts out TSA security wait times on their website. So let me refresh my page real quick. All right, domestic flights. We've got main checkpoint. It's only 4 minutes to get through. That's not bad at all. North checkpoint, 1 minute. The lower north checkpoint is closed, so don't even try them. And then the south pre-check only checkpoint has no wait at all. International's main checkpoint, only 2 minutes. So it seems that we here in Atlanta don't necessarily have anything to worry about. If you've got a flight today, sounds great. Now, if you've got a flight later on tonight, that may be a different story. We'll keep on our eyes on it for you all. But still ahead, we're going to go check in with our weather forecast from our meteorologist, Alex Forbes. He is waiting in the wings. I am really excited to hear about the weather forecast because, you know, there are St. Patrick's Day parades happening all around Georgia, most specifically Atlanta's, the longest running event in Atlanta history is going on today. So I want to make sure that it's still going to be sunny and dry for you all. We'll have more on that when we come back. guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. Got our meteorologist Alex Forbes up on deck for us. Alex, what are we expecting for the forecast today?
Yeah, so I think get outside and enjoy it because there are changes on the way. When are there not changes on the way, right? I guess during summertime, but whatever. 66 is where we stand now in Atlanta. So quite the warm up from this morning, already about 20 degrees. And we're going to continue that into the afternoon. We're going to get into the upper 70s today here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So 58 right now in Canton. So a little bit of an urban heat island thing going on. 55 in Dalton, 56 in Blairsville, 64 in Athens. Check out the rest of the day. This Pi Day getting into the 70s this afternoon. Now, between 3 and 7, I expect to spike into the upper 70s across the metro area. Plenty of sun to go around. So when we're talking about the St. Patrick's Day Parade, so happy that it's today and not on St. Patrick's Day. And here's why. All right, Saturday, 6 p.m., that's tonight. Some cloud cover in southern Georgia. That's going to begin to push northward. By the time we wake up tomorrow morning, a lot of cloud cover in the area, but still dry for the most part. Maybe just a couple of scattered showers. I think a couple of scattered storms will be possible tomorrow afternoon, but look at what's developing out to the west. Nashville down into Memphis, down into Jackson. That's going to be one of these springtime cold fronts where we're pushing 80 on the front end, and on the back end, you've got temperatures, well, below freezing. You see the pink up there in Missouri and in Arkansas. So anytime you get the clashing of the air masses, that's when you get the rumbles of thunder, and those rumbles of thunder are going to begin to push into northern Georgia by the time we get into the overnight hours. Look at this closely. You see how south of Huntsville, it takes on more of like a curvature, right? It seems like part of it's moving faster than others. That's what you call bowing out. And that is indicative of the damaging wind threats that we are going to see in northern Georgia through the overnight hours, but then also into the morning commute. It looks like not a fun morning commute. Now, the pink you see there, that is not heavy rain. That would be mixed precipitation or snow. I'm not kidding. Two things. One, I don't expect it to be as widespread as what you see here. And two, yes, flurries are possible. I think that's it, though. It's going to be flurries, maybe a quick dusting on a grassy surface in Calhoun. In Metro Atlanta, just some flakes, and that's about it. This is more indicative of how cold the air is going to be as it comes in Monday night into Tuesday. Just wait till you see the low temperature because that's going to give you a shock to the system. Now, here's your severe weather outlook. What I did was I overlaid Sunday and Monday on top of one another because technically the time difference, right? When you go from Sunday to Monday for the Storm Prediction Center, it has to be standardized across the United States. And so they use what's called Zulu time, and that is 8 a.m. So 12Z is 8 a.m. That puts the storms over us, at 8 a.m., which is why part of the area is in a level 2 for Sunday and the other part of the area is in the level 2 for Monday. All of that to say, there's this awkward gap in northern Georgia that's in a level 1. But if you're in Blairsville, you're in Canton, you're in eastern Cherokee County versus western Cherokee County, I don't see a difference in the severe weather threat. So all intents and purposes, we're all in a level 2 for severe weather. Damaging winds upwards of 60 miles an hour, low end spin up tornado threat as well. Not really too concerned about the hail threat. That would be last on the totem pole there, but it's something we'll of course keep an eye on. So that's the way the severe weather outlook stands. There are rain chances. Once we get this out of here, we're drying out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then looking ahead to St. Patrick's Day, which of course is 3 days away. That is the coldest day of our 7-day forecast. An afternoon high of 46, windy day. Means it's going to feel like the 30s all day. Wind chills Tuesday morning, low 20s and upper teens.
Oh, goodness. 46. Okay, so the whole thing with St. Patrick's Day, isn't it like leprechauns will be out playing tricks, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And you got to wear green or else you'll be pinched.
Oh, yes. I try to get mine in early, but I don't think that counts. I think I also have to wear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I tried.
Well, and so for everybody at home, whenever we do weather on TV, a lot of the times we're standing in front of a big green wall.
Yeah.
So, you know how I wear my green? Socks. I don't have any green on today, but it's always the green socks. Yep.
So if you ever pull up your pant legs, you have no ankles.
All right. Maybe I'll do that on Thursday. I'll be off on.
That'll be fun.
Or Tuesday. I'll be here on Tuesday.
I keep making a mental note to bring up Pi Day. It is Pi Day.
It is Pi Day.
My mom is actually a math teacher, and I should check in with her to see how she celebrates. She loves Pi Day. Yeah.
3.14159659. That's all I got.
I was actually it's like you read my mind. I was going to test you. When I was a kid, we had a competition to see who could remember the most digits, and then you got a prize.
Like middle school?
Yeah. Oh, no, it was elementary school for us. We were a little advanced. Yeah. But all I could remember was 3.14159. So you're already above me.
265. I only got 3 more digits.
That's enough. It's more than I had.
I know where the pi button was on the calculator. That's about it.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
Alex, thank you so much for bringing us our weather. We'll check in with you one more time, especially right before the parade hits us. You know, that is going to start at 12 o'clock here in Atlanta. It's a very big day for the city of Atlanta. But you all, I wanted to touch base with yesterday. Nathan Wade actually hit the Georgia State Capitol, and he testified in front of a Senate subcommittee. And so we've got video from it. This testimony was so important because it pertains to the election interference case from 2020 of President Donald Trump. And it's a deeper investigation into District Attorney Fani Willis, who brought this investigation against the president. And so you probably know, for quite some time now, this case, this election interference case, has not been a thing. They ended up deciding that there was some misconduct, and they're investigating it right now. So Fani Willis was taken off the case, and then eventually they decided that there was no reason to pursue these charges any longer against any of the people who were part of it. But Nathan Wade was the special prosecutor in that case. And so they wanted him to testify on some of the goings, ins and outs of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. They asked him about his pay, how often he was paid. They asked him about a meeting that had something to do with January 6th, the Capitol riots. And then they also wanted to ask him about whether or not this was a politically motivated case brought against the president, whether or not Fani Willis had any political motivation in deciding to go up against him. So I want to let you listen in as he answered some of the questions during that testimony.
We understand the block billing, and then I want to get a further understanding, if you could, as to how many days you think you went over. I see on the right-hand side there you did bill for, you kind of have multiple days covered, 12 hours across 2 days, that kind of a thing. So I just want to understand the billing. If you need a more specific question, I'd be happy to ask it more specifically, but I'd just like to understand your perspective as you've heard the commentary around the billing practices here.
Yeah, so it's simple. If you take a look at the bottom of this invoice specifically says submitted the 31st day of August 2022. Look right above that line. It says, due to billing restrictions, this invoice has been significantly truncated, which means that I was not allowed to bill over X amount of hours. That does not mean that I could complete the task. As a matter of fact, I can tell you for a fact, I could not complete any task in the amount of time that I was allowed to bill. So the way that you see those bills, each and every one of those bills has been truncated.
I'll go back to the
All right, so you heard just a little bit of his testimony. His full testimony is up on our website, also the YouTube channel where we were live streaming it, as well as Facebook, in case you guys want to listen back to it. And you might be wondering, why is Nathan Wade here? Yes, I told you he was the former special prosecutor in this case, but they also suggest and have proven actually that he and Fani Willis had a romantic relationship going on sometime either before or even during this case. And so they wonder if there's any other misconduct from her office that the Senate subcommittee should be looking into. Meanwhile, Nathan Wade's attorney, Andrew Evans, spoke to us after that testimony. He said he was only going to have about an hour with them, and I think he stuck to that. But Andrew Evans spoke to us saying that this was nothing more than a witch hunt in which they were just trying to point fingers and have a headline, so to speak. Let's listen in.
This whole thing today was just designed to make headlines. I mean, the Republicans are flailing, Trump's approval ratings are low, the midterms are coming, and they're just trying to make news so that they can change the narrative, but that's not going to do it. There's just nothing here.
Meanwhile, we also heard from Senator Greg Dolezal, who is the main person questioning Nathan Wade. He's a Republican from Cumming, Georgia. I want to let you listen in afterward. Nathan didn't answer a lot of his questions, suggesting multiple times that he could not recall. And Greg Dolezal actually talked about that. Let's listen in.
I wish Mr. Wade had a better memory. I am grateful for him appearing, and I'm grateful for him answering the questions to the best of his recollection.
All right, so you have it there on that. That was Senator Dolezal saying he wished that Nathan Wade had a better memory and could answer more of his questions. It may have been more helpful to their investigation. Who they could call in next, where this investigation continue to go, I don't know just yet. I'm not really sure that anybody knows, but we will be keeping up to date on it. We will be trying to bring you all of the latest. And if you'd like to listen back into Nathan Wade's testimony again, that's on YouTube and our Facebook account. But also, Fonnie Willis testified months ago, back in December. Her full testimony, that full 3 hours and some change, is also available on our website, on YouTube, and on Facebook if you'd like to go back and watch it. All right, still ahead, I want to check in with our digital team on some of the biggest things, what's trending out there on Fox Local today. We'll talk to our Ella Talmadge when we come back. Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I promised you we'd be talking about what's trending right now on the Fox Local app. So I brought in someone from our digital team here to talk to us about it. Ella, welcome to Fox 5 News Live.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
What's happening out there? What are people really gravitating toward?
So I just crunched the numbers for you guys. And I really think that the people want to hear about Timothée Chalamet and the Atlanta Symphony.
Let's talk about it because those are some spicy comments.
Yes. So if you haven't heard, if you've been living under a rock, Timothée Chalamet, Dune, Marty Supreme actor, is in a little bit of hot water right now. He was in a conversation with Matthew McConaughey and was talking about ballet and opera and kind of offhandedly made a comment that people don't really care about those art forms.
Yikes.
And artists are clapping back all over. I don't know about you, but my feed is just like ballerina after ballerina doing angry pirouette, tagging Timothée Chalamet.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. But the Atlanta Symphony is also clapping back, taking their turn to jab at Mr. Chalamet with a performance of Bach's Mass in B minor, which I don't know that much about orchestral music or choral music, but my understanding is that it's an extremely complex, difficult piece. Very, very cool to watch. There's a performance of it tonight at the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra, and tomorrow a matinee if you're in town, want to go see it. I hear it's phenomenal. But some of the performers, some of the musicians who are playing in it also commented on the matter, and this is what they had to say. There was one orchestra member, Marcellus Holt, and he said, "I thought it was a terribly off-putting comment. I try to give grace where it should be given, but it does raise a broader question. Opera has lived for at least 300 to 500 years and still exists today and finds its relevancy." So I'm really, really excited to see the performance, hear about it online. I like a little clapback moment, not to stir the pot more,
are
but
you messy? Is that what I'm hearing? You're messy?
I live in the comments for a living. That's what I do.
I guess that is right. I'm really interested in seeing how this plays out as well. First of all, with you mentioning the Bach piece, you said it was going to be Mass and B minor. Are you guys familiar with that out there? You guys streaming with us?
Yeah, let us know if you've heard Mass and B minor.
Funny enough, this is like a little secret fact about me, little known fact. I'm actually a classically trained pianist.
Are you really?
But I've never heard this one before.
Okay.
So now I feel like I need to go back home and dive a little deeper.
Yeah, study up on your Johann Sebastian Bach.
Yes. Sorry, guys. But I also looked at this. I mean, I was listening in when he was talking to Matthew McConaughey. And granted, I don't work in these exact fields, but I wasn't too pressed about these comments. I just felt like he's a young guy who said something ignorant, and it's not as big of a moment as it's being made out to be.
I watched the clip a couple of times, and I have to give him grace in the sense he was like, I just lost a lot of followers, a lot of viewership with that comment. He was pretty immediately apologetic after the fact, and it was definitely offhanded. So I don't think he meant a lot by it, but artists are taking it to heart because that's their livelihood, that's their craft. And as an actor, I think you should respect that too.
Yeah, I do get that as well. On a much lower basis, when I was in school, we had the School of Communications, but everybody would joke that it was the School of Crayons. And so in the same vein, I understand what it's like when, people don't take what you do seriously because it's not STEM per se, but now we have STEAM, so the arts are part of what we consider to be important to teach kids. So
it's so true. And I would like to just say quickly, little fun fact. I know that Timothée Chalamet auditioned for the role of Spider-Man, and he was passed over in favor of Tom Holland in the most recent Spider-Man movies. Tom Holland famously got the role because of his physicality, his ability to do a backflip, his ability to perform his own stunts, which he attributes to ballet experience in his childhood.
Yikes.
So, again. Full circle moment there. Full circle moment.
Timothy, you got to atone for your sins, apparently.
Let's appreciate every art form, guys.
Now, with just about maybe 2 minutes left, I want you to talk to me about something else that might be out there trending.
Yes, thank you. I get off track quick, guys. I could talk about this forever. So there's a Lululemon store down in Peachtree City that is enduring some hardships right now, specifically because 2 women have been arrested, Hakinta Brady and Ebony Hammond, I hope I'm saying their names right, who are suspected of shoplifting from this Lululemon in Peachtree City. These women are believed to be a part of a notorious organized retail crime ring from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that have been hitting luxury stores like all over the Southeast. We have the arrest footage there. So they are hitting Ulta's, Sephora's, Lululemon, Alo, like basically anywhere you would find me if I had more money. But this crime ring specifically is suspected of using children as pawns in the getaway cars.
Oh, and you can see like the Crocs. So that's, well, I'm assuming a child.
Yeah. So they place the children suspected. This is how the police allegedly suspect they do it, putting the children in the getaway cars to deter police from chasing them after the fact. So like using them, police say, quote unquote, as human shields, which is just terrible. But this is not the craziest part of the story.
What is?
This Lululemon was targeted 24 hours before this incident as well. So robbed twice in 24 hours.
Okay.
I know. It's terrible.
So now I'm a little confused. Wait, potentially by the same people, different people, just not a good place to work or be?
Yeah. I have a lot of questions. What is their bond? Where are the kids now? Because in this car specifically, there was a 7-year-old and a 16-year-old found in the getaway car, waiting for these women to return, allegedly. So where are they? Where are the kids?
Big question.
Yeah.
Big question. And it's not just here that I'm hearing this about. I mean, you mentioned Louisiana. I also actually saw in New York City, they recently had a big arrest at a Lululemon as well. I don't know that it's part of this. It's just interesting that they keep hitting these kinds of stores.
Right. My understanding is also the crime rings that like this take orders. Like they'll send women into these stores with specific sizes in mind. Like today we're getting 4, 6, and 8s, and we want shorts. or today we're getting, you know, 2s, 4s, and 6s, and we want the Align jacket or whatever.
Wow, that is.
So it's very sophisticated.
And you know what, actually looking at the surveillance video, when it shows them kind of moving slowly around the store, I guess it makes more sense. I, proud to say, have never gone into a store and decided I was going to steal something, but I would think that you would be trying to move as quickly as possible. But if you're letting me know that they have orders and they're told specific things to get, I guess that would explain why they seem to have been so calm, collected, and cool while they were walking around in the store.
Yeah, clearly
very interesting.
Crimes like this, there's a system in place and they're practiced. Yeah.
Ella, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on what's trending on Fox Local. I hope you guys are weighing in on social media, letting us know what you think about these stories. But I do have some breaking news. Ella, for 1 second, I'm going to try to read through this before we get on out to our Eli Jordan. Hearing that we have 3 people shot in downtown Athens. This all taking place really early this morning. Let me go ahead and clear that banner up there. Around 2:20 a.m. in the 400 block of North Jackson. 1 person confirmed to be dead, 1 not expected to live, 1 in critical condition. That is horrible news that we are getting there. No arrests have been made, and this is all according to the Athens Clark County Police Department. We're going to try to get you the latest, but breaking news, literally just got this information on set with us. So thank you for what's trending. I'm glad I was able to get you to some breaking news. Let's get a live look outside. Here in Atlanta, it is a gorgeous day, and we know that you guys may be getting ready to go out to the Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade, which, by the way, is the longest running event in the city of Atlanta. So this is a very historic event. We know a lot of you guys may be getting out there in your green, ready to get your drink on. I want to get on out to our Eli Jordan, who has been waiting patiently to bring us the latest of what's happening out there. Eli, talk to me a little bit more about this celebration of the Irish.
Hey, good morning, Judea. Yeah, this parade, the longest event going on in Atlanta since 1858. This is the 142nd parade of St. Patrick's Day, and you know, it's a well-attended event, and you know, I had to get out here early, and I've been stuck where I'm at, so I can have a decent shot because I'll be bringing the parade to you live from my camera position and giving you camera shots as it starts at noon, and we'll be carrying it live on the stream from noon until 1:30, and the parade runs from 15th Street here on Peachtree, the intersection of Peachtree and 15th Street, right behind me here. And but 14th Street's right here, but then 15th Street's back there. They meet up and get set up, you know, in between the two, and then it'll go all the way down this way to 5th Street and down Peachtree. So if you live in Midtown, you want to be aware of that going on, and you know, you'll have to get out and walk. The roads are blocked. The police, APD, has been out here blocking the roads. They've got barricade trucks on the side streets to keep any nefarious intent away and all that good stuff. But it looks, you know, there's crowds are starting to build. We have the bagpipers, we got the people in kilts showing up, and vendors out here with their cotton candy and their green items and whatnot. But it should be a really, really fun time. And you know, what's interesting is that us Americans here in America, the first St. Patrick's Day parade was held in the 18th century, and that was America was one of the first place where St. Patrick's Day parade was held. And Ireland, well, they didn't have their first St. Patrick's Day parade until the 20th century, until the 1900s. So it took them a little catch up, because it shows the priorities here in Americans. We want to, you know, any excuse to, you know, throw back a few suds or whatever and enjoy the day. But this is a good day out here. It's for the patron saint of Ireland, who escaped his kidnapping back in the 5th century, and made it back to Ireland, and converted many people to Christianity, and he was named the patron saint later on, several hundred years later, and that's what we're celebrating out here. Now, the original color of St. Patrick's Day was blue, believe it or not, St. Patrick's blue, and it was determined back in the 1500s. It's called St. Patrick's blue, and now it's turned to green because of the shamrock, and the shamrock representing the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. At least that's what they say in the history books. But and then everybody's wearing the shamrock, and so the green color became adopted over the centuries as the shamrock became more popular with the St. Patrick's Day. But you know, this starts at noon, and we'll be bringing it to you live on the stream from noon until 1:30, and it's a great day out here. There's no wind. It's nice and comfortable, and it's starting to get crowded. And come on out here. There's a few good spots left, but it goes on from 15th Street all the way down to 5th Street on Peachtree Street. And it should last an hour and a half. And if you got to get down Peachtree Street or side streets, you might have a little bit of problem if you live in Midtown. So just keep that in mind, and just think about maybe walking or taking the MARTA. Judea?
All great points, Eli. Thank you so much for giving us this preview. We're going to check back in with you about 10 minutes before the parade starts. I heard they may be having some sort of pre-show, but you and I can talk a little bit more about what this parade is all about and how, honestly, if you guys have never been, you never know the kinds of things that you're going to see there. I don't want to tease or ruin any of the stuff for you all, but let me just tell you, we're in for a treat. Eli, we'll check back in with you later. Now, while that's happening out in Atlanta, you guys, in Alpharetta, there's another big event, and this one celebrates, I guess you could say, the underdog. In a way, they call themselves Big Dog Barbell. So you see what I try to do there? They're having a competition right now for all abilities. I want to get right out to our Caitlin Pratt, who has been checking it out. Caitlin, I heard earlier so much cheering. Where are they at in the competition right now?
Hey, Judea, yeah, behind me. I had to step outside. It's so loud.
I hear
Electric
it.
inside. Yes, but let me go ahead and take you inside. Let me switch the camera around, and we'll talk a little bit more about what is happening here. Big Dog Barbell, they're a charity that supports special needs powerlifters.
Next up,
this is a meet happening right now in Alpharetta. This is the Titan Force Strength. Everything raised will help support money for uniforms, equipment, travel, Special Olympics, Georgia pursuits. I'm going to sneak over here so you can see. All right, here we go. Get a good look for you.
Come on, Jake.
Come on, Jake.
There we go.
And the crowd goes wild.
2-1, good lift.
So that's the kind of energy we're working with here, and it is amazing. They're doing bench presses right now. Earlier they did squats. They're also going to do deadlifts after this. Take a listen to one of the organizers, what she had to say, not just about today's meet, but about the effort in general, the whole group.
Today, we are having a powerlifting meet. It's the Georgia State Championships. And it is just a big, fun, energetic fundraiser for Big Dog Barbell. We have some lifters coming in from around the nation and just try to support the powerlifting community. And that's about it.
And tell me about a Big Dog Barbell.
So it is strength training for individuals with special needs, and it was started several years ago, 501c3 charity, and they lift, once or twice a week together, working on gaining strength and mobility for a group that I think population tends to overlook as being strong and able to do things. And so we just want to show everybody how much they're capable of and how strong they can be and how uplifting and powerful they can be, and we have a good time.
Said. And what is the reaction when they achieve their personal best?
Oh my goodness, the crowd goes crazy. They go crazy. They are hugging everybody and high-fiving everybody and cheering each other on. And it is just, it's super empowering for them. They know how strong they are, and they know they can do anything they want to.
And I guess just closing thoughts on how inspirational it is for everybody else watching.
Oh my gosh, you can hear the crowd in the background. It is so inspirational. Again, the joy that they bring and the fun that they have, you can't ask for anything better. Every time I watch them, and I get a front row seat most of the time, and every time I watch them, they are just, I walk away with my heart so full of joy and just so proud of everybody and just knowing this is what we can be. It's good.
So you have it, and here we have another contender here, another Special Olympian. Yes. Wait for it.
There you go, George. Woo! George down to bench press. Let's go! That's a new national record.
Ooh. Look at us witnessing new records here. So a wonderful event happening right now here in Alpharetta at Titan Force Strength. If you couldn't make it out today and you'd like to help this effort, we have a link for you on our website to that Instagram bio for Big Dog Barbell. What a great effort it is. A charity supporting special needs power lifters. Judea?
Caitlin, so much fun while getting to see them get their personal best, their PR or PB. It's been really cool, but also the first athlete who was up on the bench when you came out to him, I think he said his name was Jake. I was watching his demeanor, not only when he was competing, but I saw what happened afterward. So I'm not sure if you got to see too. The very first person he came up to after, everybody cheered for him, he came and hugged his coach, and it was like a bear hug. Like, thank you so much for everything that you've done for me kind of hug. And then also is even standing there on the sidelines as the other contenders are coming up. It wasn't just all about him. He's still cheering, making sure he's clapping for his teammates. It's been really, really cool to see. And as you mentioned, there are different ways that you can support. If you guys are interested, go and support Big Dog Barbell. But also if you see this and you're like, I would love to be part of it, or I want to get one of my family members to be part of things, they do have a website, so you can check it out. It's bigdogbarbell.org. You can look into contacting them and seeing how maybe you can be a part or just support in some way, shape, or form. But Caitlin, I have loved you being out here at this event. It's been really cool. I didn't even know that this kind of org existed here in Georgia, let alone right up the road in Alpharetta. Cheers to whoever just went. See? You see what I'm talking about? Jake is so excited for him too. All right, you guys, let's let Caitlin get back to it. So much excitement in that room. When we come back, remember, we are keeping our eyes on all things Atlanta St. Patrick's Parade, and that starts with our forecast. I want to make sure it's going to be a beautiful, sunny, dry day out for anybody who wants to get out there in Midtown. It is going to get underway, honestly, in just a little bit. So let's take a quick step back, and when we come back, I'll bring in our Alex Forbes to check back in with Eli Jordan on the grounds at the parade. Hey guys, welcome back to Fox 5 News Live. I'm Judea Murray. I got Alex Forbes up on the set with me, which can only mean one thing. We need a look at our forecast.
nice outside,
Mhm.
have fun,
Mhm.
enjoy it,
Mhm.
because changes are on the way, right?
Ooh.
Winter change is not on the way. 77 this afternoon. It's going to be
I
quite warm.
know.
We've already warmed
It's
to the
ice cream day.
60s. Yeah, I made a border. Well, maybe not a pool day. I think it's just shy of pool day.
Well, you might not want to get in the water,
Right.
but you can sit outside. and
Exactly.
tan
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, you can sit next to the pool, not in the pool. And if you get in the pool, more power to you. I won't be there with you. So look, into the afternoon, the pollen is probably going to be at the highest level we've seen so far this year, but it is going to be sunny outside. Fantastic afternoon for the St. Patrick's Day Parade here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, and specifically in Atlanta, the one that Eli's at here in just a couple of minutes. So yeah, there you go. Be sure to get outside and enjoy it, because St. Patrick's Day itself is going to be a far different story here in Metro Atlanta. So here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow morning when we wake up, there's going to be some cloud cover moving in, and then that's going to give way to maybe a couple of scattered storms tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
That's going to be somewhat of a resembling summertime variety, right? You know, you get the pop-up stuff in the afternoons. That's going to about do it for us. And then once we get to Sunday night, if we could come back to us, Sunday night into Monday, that's when we're going to be looking at some severe weather potential across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So damaging winds going to be in the driver's seat there, but also with the speed that this front is moving, I think we could see a couple spin-up tornadoes. So that's where we're going to be keeping an eye on. Yeah. Make sure you have a way to receive severe weather alerts through the overnight hours. But then it's going to get really cold really fast.
Okay.
So temperatures down into the 20s by Tuesday morning. I think we could even see a couple of flakes Monday afternoon into Monday evening. Nothing more than
doesn't want
flakes.
to see any flakes, any flurries. I don't want to see any of it.
I don't either. Trust me. Like it's a headache for us as much as it is for everybody else. But I think they're going to be possible. I think it's going to be a curiosity, and that's about it. Worst case scenario, a dusting in one spot is the way we're looking at it now. Of course, things are going to change, so make sure you check back with us tomorrow morning, Fox Local. Because we get new information, it's possible that maybe we have a little more moisture. Maybe the colder air is coming in faster. It's some of the threading of the needle that we have to do. But 1,010% positive that it is going to turn very cold here by Tuesday.
Okay.
And back to 70 by Friday.
What? We're just going to accept that that is possibly the reality for us, and it may happen. We're just going to wear coats. We're going to wear.
Oh, it's going to happen. There's no may.
I'm trying to be kind to myself right now, Alex. Give me a moment. Thank you for giving us our forecast. One thing that I want to make sure I mention, Fox Local app is great if you want your latest notifications on anything that's happening around, but also the Storm Team app. If there was ever severe weather, we would be able to get that to you right away, right?
Yeah, and it's funny you bring that up because, of course, we had a big announcement on Thursday here at Fox 5.
Yeah,
for the time being, so in case you missed it, our chief meteorologist, David Chandler, announced his retirement at the end of April.
Which is
so
good for him.
Yeah, it is, definitely. But he's the voice of our Fox 5 Storm Team app. So for a couple more weeks, David Chandler can yell at you.
To get inside.
Exactly. It's the famous lightning has been detected in your area. So make sure you have the app.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. We are definitely going to miss him, but we got a little bit more time with him, and that's great too.
Yep.
But Alex, I appreciated your forecasting before the parade. And speaking of which, I want to get right out to our Eli Jordan. Eli, in just a couple of minutes, this parade will really kick off. If you had to guesstimate how many people are around you right now, what would you quote it at?
Oh, goodness. Let's see. I would say I can probably see, I'll probably say probably at least, good grief, probably 750 if you count everything that I can see all up and down behind me and everything. It's this has a really good turnout. Probably more than that, but there's a good crowd. You can see people behind me, and the block right behind me is getting filled up really hardcore. And heard some marching bands warming up just a few minutes ago, and they're going to get all cranked up. The police have the roads blocked off here from 15th Street to 5th Street along Peachtree Street. So if you live in Midtown, be aware that this will be going on from noon until 1:30, and we'll be streaming it live for you from this camera. And then I also have another camera set up, so I'm doing a little 2-camera shoot for everybody here to try and give everybody the best quality. But so I'll be getting all that set up, and we're just going to let it run and let you just see the sights and sounds of the 142nd Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade, the longest running event in Atlanta since 1858, I believe. Yes, 1858. It's been going on that long. So, it's St. Patrick's Day. parade. It is actually Tuesday, March 17th, and but we have our parade on the weekends here, so people can come out and enjoy it. And there's people out here that are dressed up in their kilts, and they got some of them have their beers, some of them have some whiskeys, some of them have their coffees. But it's going to be getting underway here very shortly. The APD is driving up and down the streets, making sure everything's blocked and cleared before things get started. But it's going to start any second now, Judea.
Oh, Eli, this is going to be so much fun getting to watch the parade with you from your eyes, from your lens. There are a couple of things that I want to touch base on. We've already talked about how this is the largest event, the longest running event, I should say, but it's also the largest unit in parade history. So you mentioned the potato that we might see a little later on. I want to tease that.
Yeah,
Apparently,
I read that there's like a 4-ton potato that's 72 feet long.
Yeah,
so,
like
I guess it represents, the Irish potato famine and all that good stuff, and how it saved them during the famine. But so we'll see if that pops up. But there's 11 bands that are in this parade, and of course you'll have your bagpipers going along, and that'll be fun to see. And you'll have your river dancers doing their little river dancing and stuff. So it'll be quite a sight, and people will be throwing items and candy and stuff, and kids will be running out in the street grabbing the candy and all that, and maybe fighting over. No, I'm joking. Hopefully, it's going to be a good, clean.
No fighting, no
St.
fighting.
Patrick's Day parade fun. I know. I'm just being silly. But it's getting crowded out here. It's a good family event. I see a lot of strollers out here, and there's also dogs out here. So come on out and enjoy it. It's starting to get crowded, but there's going to be some spots along the parade route between 15th Street and 5th Street along Peachtree Street. So here in Midtown, from noon until 1:30. And so should be good stuff.
Yep, and we will be covering it the entire time. You mentioned that St. Patrick's Day is actually the Tuesday, but it's so good that the parade is today because we actually have nice warm weather. So the people out there, you see, they are able to wear their short-sleeved shirts. You won't be able to do that on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, enjoy themselves. I know. Yeah, it's crazy. It goes from one extreme to another. But yes, today is a perfect day for this parade. There's no wind out here. It's nice and sunny. It's slightly mild. It's not too bad at all. And I had to wear a jacket earlier because it was cool earlier this morning, but it's warming up quite nicely. And the sun is out, and like I said, there's no wind. Wind can also be a pain in the butt when you're hanging out in the city and trying to watch a parade because it really channels between the buildings, but there's none of that happening today. Today is a perfect day for the 142nd Atlanta St. Patrick's Day Parade, running from noon until 1:30 from 15th to 5th Street down Peachtree. And we'll be streaming it live, too, its entirety from noon until 1:30.
And tell me whereabouts along the parade line are you? Are you about 50% of the way through? Are you at the beginning, the end?
I'm close to the beginning. I'm at 14th Street, and everybody kind of gathers together, and it was right around 15th Street and 14th Street. That's where they're kind of set up. But I'm like at the official start of it. It's pretty crowded. There's a I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a viewing stand. I think it's right there, possibly right in there. And that's, and that's where a lot of police are. I don't know who all is going to be hanging out in that viewing stand. But, I guess there's, they might have some judges or something who has the best marching band or float or whatever. But really, it doesn't matter who has the best. It's all about fun and celebration of St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland.
And Eli, they let us know some of the big things that they wanted to highlight here with the parade. Like, for example, the furthest a participant traveled today, apparently they came all the way from Ireland in order to be part of today's St. Patrick's Parade, which is a pretty big deal, pretty cool. And then I'm also seeing... I want to make sure I've got it. It's this family that's been the O'Riordan family has been in the parade for over 50 years. And I wonder if, of course they're going to be out there today, but I wonder if there's going to be a way that we'll be able to tell that that's who they are. Like, are they going to have
I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes they'll have little...
Sorry, I heard something behind you. I didn't know if they were beginning.
No. That was a helicopter, probably an APD helicopter, checking out. Security is a concern out here, just because it's a big group gathering event. But, floats, people come by, sometimes they'll have a car in front of them or, with a little banner saying who they are and whatnot. So we might be able to figure out who who the family is and where they're at and spot them. But there'll be a lot of, like I said, 11 different bands, marching bands. I know Seed and Feed is out here. Seed and Feed is a marching band that's based out of Little 5 Points, and this is where retired marching band members go and keep the marching spirit happening within their neighborhood, and they form their own band, and they have their own marching band. It's been around for many, many, many years, and they're at a lot of Atlanta events, and they're a really cool group of band players, and so they're here, and so I've seen a lot of them walk on by, and they're the older marching band group. They're not the high school or the college groups or anything like that, but we have 11 marching bands, which I always enjoy that, and of course we'll have our bagpipers and candy and all that good stuff. So throw on your kilt and come on out here and enjoy your St. Patrick's Day parade here in Atlanta.
Eli, you said it earlier, but for anybody who's just now joining us, walk me through, wait. Before I ask you that question, Bortland asked which street this is on in Midtown. You mentioned it before, but can you tell them again?
Yeah, this is right through Midtown on Peachtree Street. This will be going down Peachtree Street, heading south from 15th Street all the way down to 5th Street, heading south. And so right down Peachtree Street from 15th to 5th. And so that's where the parade is going. It's about 1.2 miles. It's not too far, and it's about 10 blocks, maybe right at 10 blocks, 9 or 10 blocks. But these all the side streets are that hit Peachtree Street in that zone are blocked off, so you're not going to be able to get on Peachtree Street at all between 15th and 5th Street, and probably a little bit of perimeter around that too, because that's where they'll be kind of setting up and then disembarking at the end of the parade.
Okay, good to know, and I hope we answered your question, but if you have any other ones, you guys, make sure you are hitting us up in our live chats. We're on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. We will keep this going all throughout the parade. They said thank you for answering their question, Eli.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome.
Okay, so now walk me through your setup. You mentioned it a little earlier before, but when the parade actually begins, what are we looking at here? What equipment have you brought with you?
Oh, I got my camera, my Canon camera here. It's wide angle lens, 16 millimeter is the one that I always use when I do all my reports. And then I have a little iPhone on top to give me a second camera angle, and it's just zoomed in just a little bit, just kind of break it up a little bit. You don't want to have go from one shot to another, and they're both the same shot. So, but I got to have an opportunity to change batteries if I need to, and so you have another camera to go to while I change batteries on the main camera, and then you can come back to the main camera once the battery change happens. But I just want to be prepared, be able to bring the parade to everyone, with continuity continuously without having to go to any break due to me having to change batteries. So I'll put up the second camera that's on top of my current camera right now, and so we can go to that while I change batteries. So it's a little bit of a little TV magic is what we call it, in preparation for this. So it's, with the whole streaming thing, this is new. We've never been able to do this before, like broadcast off a phone and then off the camera, off our live view unit for streaming, all in one place. We used to have to pull live trucks out and have a bunch of cables and time the cameras together, using BNC cables and all that. But we don't have to do that anymore. It's a lot different. So we're able to bring you guys access to events around Atlanta on our streaming, Fox Local, a lot easier than we've ever been able to do before. And we're trying it out today here. A little 2-camera shot off of one station here.
So, Eli, funny enough, on your second camera on the iPhone, there is this gentleman who just walked over. He may be coming your way in just a little bit. He's got a walking stick. He's got lime green hair and a green beard and a kilt on.
I know who you're talking about. I saw him earlier, yes.
Oh, yep. he came out ready.
Yeah, then there's a lot of characters out here like that, so. Yeah, and so, but I think it is getting started, so.
Okay.
I don't know, are we going to be going to break so for me to kind of adjust my camera, or are we going straight to coverage?
No, we're going to go straight to,
with us?
We're going to go straight to coverage. Let me know which camera you need us to take right now for you to organize.
Oh, no, it's okay because they're all attached. I just didn't want to give anybody a shaky camera. So, but if you do see a shaky camera, oh, there we go. Hello, sir. I like your hair. That's nice hair. He's going on. But I guess I'll get out of the way because it sounds like we got some stuff going on. And so you guys enjoy the parade. I'm going to take my mics off and so we can just get the natural sound of things going on around here.
All right, let's meet them, you guys, and let's dig into the parade. Atlanta's 142nd St. Patrick's Parade kicks off.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, give me a second.
Right now. You ready?
Come on. We are not going to let a generator stop us. Let's go ahead. He's saying, Patrick, come on now. Come on, guys. Put it up. 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 O'Neills! We got the O'Neills! Let's go! Happy St. Patrick's! This Give it up for the non-horse rider, I'd like to do that with a rope. I would spend all day long trying to drive stuff. Oh my God, that is also, better applause for Will has to clean up the road apples. Saved up that for
get more chicks. Put a little Medina in your glass and the girl will come real quick. Any alcohol, aphrodisiac.
So that has been the end to the 142nd Atlanta St. Patrick's Parade. This is Atlanta's longest running event. We saw so many incredible performances, marching bands, and now you see people getting to take their photos. It has been an incredible time. If you missed any of it, remember we were streaming on YouTube, Facebook. You can go back and re-watch this stream. Do want to let you all know, I want to get a live look out at Chicago. They have officially gone green. This all happening today. Of course, if you guys aren't familiar, Chicago, they dye the Chicago River green every single year. They did it at 10 a.m. and there were thousands of people out there watching. You can still see how many people are lining the streets. And again, it is 1:37 our time. So as you can see, they have been really excited for this as well. But I do need to let you all know we are covering some breaking news. We heard out in Athens, a 22-year-old was killed in a triple shooting, and we have learned that 22-year-old's name. So first and foremost, I mentioned this at the beginning of our stream. We had heard one person dead, 2 other people, young people, you guys, fighting for their lives. There was some sort of incident, a shooting in downtown Athens earlier this morning. The Athens Police Department has been in communication with us. Right now, they say that they responded to the 400 block of North Jackson all around 2:20 a.m. When they got to the scene, they found their 3 victims. And so the one person who has died has been identified as 22-year-old Clayton Adams of Hull. And then the other 2 victims, both believed to be in their 20s, are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. They say one of those victims may not live. They're actually expecting that this person won't make it. The other person does remain in critical condition. So a mystery as to what happened, but there is an investigation going on as we speak. And we've got an article up on this on fox5atlanta.com as well as the Fox Local app. Last thing I can tell you right now, they say a shooter, a suspect, has not been identified just yet. No one has been taken into custody. This is an ongoing investigation, but the